Have you ever spent more time wrestling with screen recording software than actually recording? Just getting lost in clunky menus when all you needed was just to record that damn quick demo. I've been there. Wouldn't it be easier if you could just hit record, capture your screen, and instantly share a single shareable link? Hi there, I'm Adrian, and in today's course, we're building a full-stack screen recording and video sharing platform that streamlines everything. No extra steps, no confusing dashboards, just record, upload, and share within seconds. In this course, you'll implement authentication using Google, a one-click screen recorder for desktop or browser capture, instant uploads with public and private toggles, and auto-generated share links, AI-powered transcripts. Alongside hosting your videos, Bunny will also automatically encode, tag, and transcribe any speech into organized and time-stamped captions available in just a few minutes. A clean gallery with filters and sort options, advanced rate limiting, and bot protection with Arcjet that helps you secure your whole app in just a few lines of code. Video detail pages with transcripts and shareable links, and even privacy controls, letting you choose who can view your videos. And while you build all this, you'll also learn how to work with some of the best tools in modern web development, such as Next.js, of course, for building scalable and performant server-driven websites with built-in routing. And by the way, if you want to take things to the next level, the full Next.js 15 course is now available on JS Mastery Pro. Next, in this course, we'll also use Tailwind CSS for a modern, responsive interface utilizing utility-first styling and reusable components across the entire application. And this time, we're also using Better Auth, which provides a TypeScript-native way to implement secure and scalable authentication with minimal setup. We'll also use Zeta, a Postgres database platform, and we'll combine it with Drizzle ORM for full type safety. Of course, TypeScript also comes into the picture here to maintain a clean codebase across the entire code architecture. And then there's Bunny, an edge platform that helps devs deliver faster, build easier, and worry less. It brings delivery and security into one seamless platform. It's easy to use, built to scale, and backed by the best support I've ever experienced. I wouldn't be using it if it didn't deliver, but it does. And that's why I wanted to teach you how to use it to build this project and why it powers every video on our coding platform. So click the special link they prepared just for you watching this video in the description to create a free account and get an extra month. And the best part, all the tools used in this project are free to get started with. So let's build something that's polished and portfolio worthy, the kind of project that could land you a job or your next gig. So what are you waiting for? Let's dive right in. And before we dive into the code, you'll need an account on Bunny, the platform we'll use to host our videos. They've just tripled their free trial specifically for you watching this video. So if you go to bunny.net/JS Mastery, your project will stay up longer with no credit card required. So just click the link in the description to be able to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing and to grab your bonus month. After that, you can also click the Arcjet link down below, which we'll use to implement rate limiting and bot protection to secure our whole application in just a few lines of code. And now that we've created our accounts, which allows us to focus on the logic, we'll be able to easily use them later on within the code. So let's dive right in. To get started developing our app, we'll use Next.js, the React framework for the web used by some of the world's largest companies. So just head over to Next.js and click Get Started. Head over to Installation and copy the installation command npx create-next-app add latest. Then create a new empty folder and open it up within your text editor or an IDE. In this case, I'll be using WebStorm. WebStorm is a super powerful JavaScript and TypeScript IDE that, as of recently, became completely free for non-commercial use. Before, you had to pay quite a lot to be able to use it even for hobby projects, but now you can experience everything it offers completely for free. So later on, while I'm developing the project, if you see some smart things that my IDE does and your text editor doesn't, that's most likely because I'm using WebStorm. So if you want to try it out, I'll leave the link down in the description. But with that said, whatever you're using, make sure to open up a built-in integrated terminal and then paste the Next.js installation command. And if you're already in an empty folder, like I am, add the / at the end so it initializes the app within the current folder. It'll ask you a couple of questions, such as, would you like to use TypeScript? We're going to say yes to get all of the type safety benefits that it offers. Would you like to use ESLint? That's another strong yes to make our code base more clean and scalable. Tailwind CSS is a strong yes for me. We don't need a source directory. It's not needed. The app router will definitely be here as it's a recommended option. TurboPack will speed up our development, so I'm going to say yes. And then there's no need to customize the import alias. The default one will do us just fine. Once you do all of that, you'll see that the Next.js CLI is installing just 3 main dependencies, React and React DOM, as well as Next.js. And then we have a couple of dev dependencies, such as TypeScript, Tailwind, and ESLint. In a couple of seconds, you'll see that our new repository has been initialized, with most importantly the app folder right here containing our homepage. So let's go ahead and run it within our browser by opening that same terminal and running npm run dev. This will spin it up on localhost 3000. So you can just open it up and you'll see a boilerplate page that looks something like this. Of course, this is just the code that we won't need. So what do you say that we clean it up a bit? Within our homepage, I will delete absolutely everything and I'll just type RAFCE. This stands for React Arrow Function Export Component, which will create a super simple empty page. Just to test out Tailwind here, I can say h1 and give it a class name of text-2xl underline. And within it, we can say welcome. And within it, we can say welcome to Loom clone. Now back within the browser, you should be able to see something that looks like this. And if you don't know what Loom is, it is a super simple platform that allows you to do one thing: take a screen recording and share it with others. And today, you'll learn how to implement functionalities very similar to those of Loom. So now that our homepage has been cleaned up, let's also clean up the rest of the things right here, such as this globals.css. We don't need any additional styling. I'll just keep the Tailwind CSS import. And while we're cleaning things up, we'll also have to remove the current public folder, which contains some dummy icons we don't need. But instead, we'll have to replace it with a new public folder containing all of the icons we'll need to make this project look as good as it should. So for that reason, in the video kit down below, I've prepared the complete Figma design of the application that we'll develop. It includes all of the pages, everything from auth to homepage, and even profile pages. These pages contain a lot of different icons, some bigger ones such as these dummy thumbnails, to the smallest of icons such as this link, 3 dots, or this magnifying glass right here. So just so you don't have to manually download each one of these icons, in the video kit down below, I also provided you with the starting assets we'll need to build this project. So click the assets right here, and then just download them. Don't worry if it says that it can't scan it for viruses. I'm definitely not including any viruses in here. Once you download it, simply unzip it, and then here you'll see some of the starting files. You can see that even the app is in here, and it contains 3 pages. But all of these are just the starting code. So what I'll do is get back to my code, delete the public folder if you haven't already, as well as the app folder, and then I'll simply drag and drop those files and folders right into the root of my application. There we go. So now we have the same application that we had before, just an empty page. We're even missing an H1 right here, but that's okay for now. We have an empty layout, and then globals is where things will get interesting. Here, I've taken some CSS variables from the Figma file, such as the background and the foreground, and set them as theming variables. Same thing goes for the fonts and other colors that we're going to use throughout the rest of the application. Here, if you scroll down, you'll also notice that we have a lot of these utility helper classes. These styles allow us to more easily style our applications without having to necessarily write all of these classes by yourselves within the JSX. So if you want to learn more about Tailwind or how I made this, you might want to check out our detailed Tailwind guide. If it's created by the time that I'm recording this video, I will leave it down below. But with that in mind, let's just make sure that our fonts are taken care of. Head over to Fonts, font.ts, and make sure that we have all of the variations of the Satoshi font, which we're using right here in the globals. And then we just have to import those fonts right here within our layout as well. We're importing Satoshi from Fonts Font, as well as Carla from Next Font Google. And then we're using those two as variables right below. So we can put it to the test by heading back to our homepage, bringing back our H1 that says welcome to Loom clone, and we can style it by giving it a class name of text-2XL and font-Carla to see whether this font family will be applied. So now if I head back right here, you can see that it'll have this playful welcome to Loom clone font applied. And you can also notice that within the public folder, we now have a lot of different icons that we can use, as well as the images for dummy thumbnails, people, and even check marks. But I also decided to include the samples of these thumbnails in case you want to replicate and have exactly what I'm having. But more on that later. What matters the most is that now our codebase has been set up and we are ready to dive right in. What do you think we should start with? The homepage? Or should we maybe do Auth first? Well, I always like to make things visual, so we could focus on the homepage first and implement the UI of the entire homepage with dummy thumbnails and cards so that later on, as soon as we authenticate the users, we can very easily take the user data, create the auth form and upload video functionality, and then just replace those dummy cards with the real videos that we'll upload. So let's focus on the homepage of the UI next. To get started working on our homepage, we have to consider which elements here are shared. Like, what are some of the components that we can extract and use them across other pages so we can create them first? Well, first things first, you can see that we have a very simple navigation bar with a favicon and a title at the left, and then a profile photo at the right. And then there's also this so-called header component that says that we're currently viewing the public library of all videos. We have a search, the most viewed filters as well, and then we have two call to action buttons to upload a video or directly record one. And you can see that this header is then shared with the profile header as well. The UI is the same, it's just the data that is different. So let's focus on implementing the navigation bar first and then the header second. We'll start right within the app folder, but not by creating a reusable component first, rather by thinking of how we want to approach the routing of our application. See, if I head back over here and zoom out, you'll notice that all of these other pages have the navbar at the top, right? It is always present. The only place that doesn't have it is the auth page, which means that we want to create separate layouts for the auth and then another separate layout for all the other pages. So to do that, I'll create a new folder within the app folder, and I'll call it within parentheses. This is important because we're creating a route group. Now, why is it a route group? Because we don't want it to actually be included within the URL. So /root/home. No, we just want to create it in order to be able to add the layout within it. So then I'll create a new layout.tsx. I'll run rafce right within it, and then I will move the current page right into the root. And I'll create another directory called auth. This is also a route group, and within this auth, we're going to have a page.tsx, where I'll also create rafce, just a regular auth page component. Perfect. So now let's start with focusing on the layout of our home pages. Basically, what we have to do is accept the children right here at the top, and children will be of a type React.React Node, because we're returning another page, or you can simply say React Node and import that over from React. Now, what do we want to return from this page? Well, it'll be simple. We just want to return a div, that renders the children, but then above whatever page it is that we're rendering, we also want to show a navbar right here. And this is our first reusable component of the day. So I'll create a new components folder right outside of the app folder called components. And within the components folder, I'll create a new file called navbar.tsx. And I'll run rafce and just import it over within our layout. Just as a simple self-closing component that'll look something like this. Perfect. So now if I do this, you'll notice that app root cannot have two parallel pages that resolve to the same path. And why is this happening? Because route groups technically disappear as far as the routing is concerned. So we can see the page here and page here, and they're both competing to become the main homepage. So within the auth folder, I'll actually create a new route called sign-in and then put the page within it. So then this will become the sign in and this will remain the homepage. So if I do this, you can now see that the navbar got added at the top of the Welcome to Loom clone. So let's start working on it first. At this point, it might actually make sense to split my display into two. On the left side, we can see the code, and on the right side, we can see the changes of that code. Of course, I'll zoom it out a bit so we can better see what's happening. Perfect. So heading over to our navbar, we can start implementing it. Let's start by turning it into a semantic header tag and giving it a class name equal to navbar. This will give it some breathing room. Within it, we can create a semantic nav element, and within it, render a link coming from next link with an href pointing to just /, meaning the homepage. Within it, we can render an image, also coming from next image, with a source of /assets, /icons, /logo.svg. So for the first time, we're using an additional asset that I gave you. And for the alt tag, I'll just say logo. We'll also give it a width of about 32 and a height of 32 pixels, and then close it right here. If you do this, you'll see this little logo appear on the top left, and then we can also give it an H1 that's gonna say Snapcast. Snapcast is the name of our full stack recording and sharing platform. Of course, feel free to name it however you'd like. Now we can head over below the link, and here we can check whether a user exists or not. User will of course be a session object that we'll be getting from our browser. So for now, I'll just define it as a static variable at the top. Const user is equal to an empty object for now. So below, I'll say if user exists, so user and. If that is the case, we want to render a figure. We typically use a figure when we want to put two things together, maybe like an image and a button. And within that figure, I'll render a button, and within the button, an image. This image will later on have a source pointing to the real user's profile photo, but for now, we can just render a dummy one. I think I have it stored under /assets, /images, /dummy.jpg, and we can close it right there. For the alt tag, we can say user. We can give it a width of about 36 and a height of 36 as well. And you should be able to see just an empty profile photo for now. Let's not forget to give it a class name of rounded-full and aspect-square. So now we have a rounded profile avatar. Good enough for now, right? Below that button, we can also render another button. And the purpose of this button will be the logout functionality. So I'll give it a class name equal to cursor-pointer, so people know that it is clickable. And within it, I'll render another image with a source of assets, icons, logout.svg with an alt tag of logout, a width of about 24 and a height of 24 as well, with a class name of rotate 180, which will just rotate this door out, pointing that the user is going outside of the application. And there you have it. This is a very simple navigation bar. Looks okay on desktop, has a bit of a padding on the left and right, so it nicely centers the content, and of course looks good on mobile too. So now we can exit that navigation bar and the layout too, and we can focus on the homepage. Within the homepage, we want to replace this div with a main tag and give it a class name of wrapper page. These two classes, if you look into them, will apply a max width to the entire window, ensuring that the content never stretches above 1440 pixels. Why do we do this? Because if you had a lot of text, you would not be able to read it all the way from the left to the right or right to left, right? Rather, we somehow put it in the center so it's easier to skim through. And the page class name will simply apply a flex column with a min-age screen and some paddings so that elements nicely fall from top to bottom. And now we want to create that reusable header component I was telling you about. It's this one right here. On the homepage, it says public library and all videos and 2 buttons. And right here on the profile page, it rather shows the user information and then those 2 additional buttons. So let's create it so we can reuse it across both of these pages. Back into the code, within the components folder, I'll create a new file called header.tsx. I will run rafce and I will simply import it right here within this page, right above the current h1 header, and there it is. Now, to make a component truly reusable, you have to ask yourself, what are the differences between this component being used in the homepage as opposed to this component being used on the profile page? So what kind of different information does it need? In this case, it's going to be the header, the subheader, and if it's on profile, the user image. So we can immediately make it accept those props. That's going to be the subheader, the title, and the user image. So user img, and these will be of a type shared header props. Now, where are these shared header props coming? If you control or command click into it, you'll notice that it'll lead you to an index.d.ts file, where it says that subheader and title are strings, and the user image is also a string, but it is optional because on the homepage, maybe we don't have it. So this way, our TypeScript will know what each one of these properties is. And now that we know what we have to pass, we can head back over to the homepage and immediately pass the right values. So in this case, as the title, I will pass exactly what it says on the design, all videos. And as the subheader, I will pass another string equal to public library. Perfect. And now if I head back into the header, we can accept those and render them within the page. So let's start by rendering a semantic header tag with a class name equal to header. Then right within it, I want to create a new section that'll have a class name equal to header dash container. This will allow us to play a bit with the layout. Within it, I'll create a new div with a class name equal to details. And within the details, I want to check whether the user image exists. So if it does, then I will render an image with a source of user image. And if it doesn't exist, I will provide it that fake dummy image. So that's assets, rather /assets /images /dummy.jpg. For the alt tag, I'll provide the user. For the width, I'll say about 66. Height can be 66 as well. And the class name will be rounded-full. And here I can close this image. And if it actually existed, you would have been able to see it right here. But right now we're in the home page, so this part doesn't exist. Rather, below this dynamic block of code, still within the div, I will render an article that will render a p tag of subheader, and below it, I'll render an h1 that'll render the actual title of the page. So now we can see public library, all videos. We can exit this div and create an aside. So this will be on the side of the text. Here, we can render a link coming from next link with an href pointing to /upload. And within the link, I will render another image with a source of assets, icons, upload.svg, and an alt tag of upload, with a width of about 16, a height of 16 too, and we can close it right there. And next to it, render a span element that says upload a video. So if you save this, you'll see an upload a video button appear right here. And below it, for now, we can render another button with a class name equal to primary-btn that'll render an image. And this image will come from icons, so we can import them from constants, .record with an alt tag of record, a width of 16, a height of 16 as well, and we can close it right there. And below we can render a span that'll say record a video. This one we also have to put within a div that'll have a class of its own, and this class will be record. So if I do this and put this button right within it, this will give it some extra breathing room and apply the primary BTN styling. Later on, we'll convert this into its own page, inside of which we'll add the functionality to actually live record a video. And now we want to exit that aside, as well as exit the section and create another section for the filters right below. So it'll have a class name equal to search-filter, and within it, we can have a div that'll have a class name equal to search, and within it, an input with a type is equal to text. If we do this, you'll start seeing a new input appear right here. I'll also give it a placeholder of search for videos, tags, and folders, so we can search for anything. And later on, we'll also give it a value and an on change. But for now, I'll just leave it to be a dummy input. We can also render an image right here. This is going to go below the input with a source of assets, icons, search.svg, with an alt tag of search, a width of about 16, and a height of about 16 as well. So if I save it, you can see a little search icon appear right here. And finally, later on, right here below this div, we'll also implement a dropdown. So for now, I'll just make it say dropdown list, and later on, we'll turn this into an actual component. For now, it can just be a piece of text that says dropdown list, just so we don't forget that we actually have to create this dropdown list component. But yeah, if you check it out, this actually looks great on mobile, but it looks even better on desktop. We already have the navbar, and below the navbar, we have the dynamic header. So while we're here, what do you say that we immediately add the profile route so I can show you how we can reuse this header component? For example, when we click on this profile icon at the top right. To do that, I'll head over to our homepage, or rather to our navbar, and I will add a link to this user button. So when we click on this button that has a dummy profile photo right now, I will use the router functionality. So right at the top, I will say const router is equal to use router. So we're utilizing a next navigation hook right here, not next router. Make sure to import it from the right place. And now it allows us to say router.push, and we can push to /profile/ some kind of an ID. For now, I will leave it as a dummy ID, maybe like 123456. And as soon as we start using the use router within a page, we have to turn that page to be client rendered. Navbar is a small component, so I don't really mind if it's rendered on the client. Perfect. So now if you click on this profile photo, it'll lead us to a 404. So we better create it. Right within the root right here, we can create another folder, which I will call profile. And then within profile, we have to create another folder, which I'll call within square brackets ID. Why within square brackets? Because this is a dynamic route. It's not always going to be /123456. Sometimes it's going to be a different ID, so this catches it and exposes it right on this profile page. So within this ID, let's create a new page.tsx and run RAFCE. If you create it, you'll immediately see that now we have this new page. And how would you get access to this ID specific ID of the user that we went to, well, you can get it through params. So right at the top, you can just destructure the params and define that as params with search. So now if you wanted to display that ID of the user, you could very simply destructure it at the top by saying const ID is equal to await params. This is just how Next.js works. It exposes this ID that you went to right here at the top through an async page. So you have to make it asynchronous to be able to await the params, and then you'll get access to it within this variable. So I'll say user ID and then render it dynamically right here. And we might as well make this a class name of text-to-excel and font-Carla, just so it matches our application. And there we go. You can see that now we're on this specific user's page. And if what I've done right here still seems a bit confusing, it seems like you're not there yet to be able to watch this video when it comes to your Next.js skills. So in that case, it might be best to pause right here and check out the Ultimate Next.js course. Here we go in a lot of detail on how everything works, starting from web basics and then moving over to app router, and more importantly for you, the routing, right? File-based routing, advanced routing, and in general, how to create dynamic routes and understand how to manage the state through the URL parameters in Next.js, which is exactly what we'll be doing here. I'll leave the link to this course down below. So now that we have this additional page, we can also display a header right here. So right below this text where we have the user ID, I will render a header component with a subheader of, well, we can maybe use some kind of an imaginary text right now. Like for the subheader, we can render the email, maybe adrian@jsmastery.pro. For the title, we can render my name, Adrian JS Mastery. And then maybe we can also provide a user image. So I'll say user image is equal to /assets /dummy / well, what was it? I think I forgot. Oh yeah, it's images dummy. And then .jpg. Perfect. So now we're passing all of these important things that a header needs, and you can immediately see that it appears right here on the top. So if we head over to the header, I don't think we need to provide this fallback option right here, because if we're rendering this image, that means that we already have it, right? And of course, to give it some breathing room, I'll actually move this class name over below to an H1 that will wrap this user ID. And instead, I'll give this div a class name of wrapper page. So now it looks a bit nicer, and we can nicely switch between the home page and the user page, and both of them share the same header. Pretty cool, right? And I think on desktop, it makes even more sense. If you click right here, you can see that now we're on the profile page. And if you click back here, we're on the home page. And both of these share the same header, but what matters most are the cards right below it. And through this search and the drop-down list, we can filter through them. Just so we can finalize this reusable header now that we're using it on both pages, let's actually develop this drop-down list UI as well. So I'll head back over into header, and right here where we're rendering the drop-down list, I'll actually create a new drop-down component. So let's head over into the components folder and create a new drop-down list.tsx. You know the drill, run rafce, and then just import it over where it needs to be used. In this case, that is right here within the header, and then head over into it so we can implement its UI. In this case, I'll wrap it with a div with a class name of relative, as we'll need to make sure that the pop-up actually shows up in the right place. Next, within it, I'll display another div with a class name equal to cursor-pointer, and I'll give this element an onClick equal to, and here we actually want to open up the dropdown. So I'll create a new useState snippet right here called isOpen, and setIsOpen at the start set to false. For this to work, we have to import the useState from React, and since we're using a hook, we actually have to turn this into a useClient component. which once again, I don't mind because this is a very small component that we're rendering. Next, once we click on this button, we can just toggle the open state on or off. So I'll say set is open, is not is open. Perfect. So we'll soon be able to toggle it on or off. And within here, I will render another div with a class name equal to filter trigger, within which I will render a figure that will contain the image pointing to /assets /icons /hamburger .svg with an alt tag of hamburger menu or just menu, and a width of about 14, a height of about 14 as well, and we can close it right here. So now you can see this menu, which means that we can click on it. But then we actually have to render something within it, such as the currently selected filter. So for now, maybe I can just say most recent. Later on, we'll implement real filters that we can filter by. And then below this figure, I will also render an image that'll have a source of assets, icons, arrow down.svg with an alt tag saying arrow down with a width of about 20, height of about 20, and we can close it right here. So now this seems like an actual toggleable button. Now, once we actually change the isOpen state, we can head over below this clickable div. This is the cursor pointer. And here we can check if the state is open. In that case, we can render a UL, an unordered list, with a class name equal to dropdown. And here we can map over some of the options that we want to render. For now, I will simply render an array of different options. It can be something like most recent, most liked, and so on. And then we want to map over those options, getting each individual option, and for each one, automatically returning an LI. Now, what do I mean when I say automatically return? I mean to put parentheses right here instead of curly braces, because if you put a curly brace, it'll open up a new functional block. But with this, it's an immediate return. So we can return an LI with a key equal to this option because each option is unique, and it can actually render what that option says. So now you can see most recent and most liked if you actually clicked on it, right? There we go. And we can also style it a bit. So let's give it a class name equal to list item, which it'll always have. But then later on, we'll have to change the UI for the selected elements. But for now, this is more than okay. We have the hover effects and it's not yet functional. So now we can exit out of this drop-down list. Later on, of course, we'll have to pass additional props to it to make it functional. But for now, if you look into it, it actually looks and feels good. We have the search UI, we have the filters UI, we have different buttons that allow us to move over to upload a video or to automatically record it. And we can switch over between the profile page and the home page. But of course, the next main part that differentiates these pages are the video cards. So on the home page, we want to display other people's video cards, and on the profile page, we want to display our video cards. So in the next lesson, let's develop the reusable video card and display a bunch of them right here. In this lesson, let's build a reusable video card that we can reuse on the home page as well as on the profile page. It'll look something like this. It'll have a large thumbnail with some overlay buttons to quickly copy a shareable link. If you're a creator, maybe you'll be able to see some settings, and then we can also show the duration of the video. At the bottom, we can show the creator, whether it has been publicly shared or not, the name and when it was shared, as well as the number of views that that video got, as well as a simple title. So let's implement it, and then we'll be able to seed our application with all of these great looking dummy cards. So to start creating a card, let's head over into components and let's create a new component called video card.tsx and run RAFCE right within it. Then we'll need to import this single card within our homepage right below the H1. I'll call it video card just so we can see it right here. And there we have it. Of course, to be able to render some cards, we need to pass some props so that each one is different. So in this case, you have to ask yourself, what are some of the props that each one of these cards will have, and just note down on a piece of paper different elements or props that it'll have, such as the link that it'll open, the ID, the thumbnail, the author that created it, when they created it, the number of views, the title, duration. We need all of these different pieces of information right here. So how would this look like in action? Well, let's pass some props to it. First, of course, we'll need the ID of the card. For now, I'll pass something like 1. We need a title, and in this case, I will copy the title right here from the design. Next, we need a thumbnail. And if I'm not mistaken, I provided the thumbnail right here within the assets. So if you search for thumbnail, you'll see that we have thumbnail 1, 2, 3, and so on. So I can simply copy the path to this file. So it ends up looking something like this, /assets /samples /thumbnail1.png. Next, we'll need some kind of a date as to when this image was created. So you can say created at, and then pass over a string of a JavaScript date object. Feel free to type anything right here. Next, we need a user image. For now, we can use a dummy image. I think we have it under assets, images, json.png, with a username equal to JSON. And we can specify a dummy number of views, like 10. Visibility, in this case, let's say that it is public, and a duration in seconds. Let's make it something like 156. So this is all the pieces of data that we're providing to a single video card. So now we can head back over to our homepage, head into the video card, accept those props, and then render them within the layout. So let's do just that. I will destructure these different types of props, such as the ID, the title, the thumbnail. We also have the user image, username, created at, views, visibility, as well as the duration. And we get access to all of these, which are of a type video card props. And as you can see, as soon as I imported the props, it let me know that I misspelled visibility. So this is pretty useful. And now we can put them to use. Each card will be a clickable link. So we can use the link component and we can make it point to /video / the ID of that specific card. And we can also give it a class name equal to video-card. If we do this, you can start seeing a nice layout appear right here for the first card that we have. Next, we can render an image right within it, coming from next image with a source rendering the thumbnail with an alt tag of thumbnail, a width of about 290, a height of about 160, and a class name equal to thumbnail. So now if you save it, you should be able to see this dummy thumbnail that I provided to you before. Make sure to specify the name correctly. So in this case, I have an empty space and then parentheses and then the number right here. After that, below the image, we can render an article. Typically, an article is like a div for a card. And within it, we can render a div. And within that div, a figure. That'll render the user image. So we can render the image. It'll have a source of user image, an alt tag of avatar, a width of about 34, height of 34 as well, a class name of rounded-full, and an aspect of square. If you save it, you should be able to see a little JSON appear right here. And we can also, below it, render a fig caption with an h3 of username and with a p tag of visibility. So if you do this, you can now see that JSON created this publicly. We can head over below the figure and we can display an aside that'll consist of an image with a source of /assets, icons i.svg. This is for the views with a width of 16 and a height of 16 as well. And below it, we can render a span that'll show the current number of views. So now you can see on the right side, 10 views. Most importantly, we can head below the div and render an h2. That'll render the title. And then with a space, maybe we can show the created ad right after. So I'll say created at dot to locale date string. And then maybe we can pass a specific format to it, because if you just leave it like this, you'll see that it won't know how to do it. So I'll provide enus to it, as well as a comma with some additional options, such as a year of numeric, a month of short, and a day of numeric as well. Now we have to see whether we're getting this created at. Oh, it looks like I misspelled it. Created at was supposed to be a date. So whatever I have typed right here, I'll have to wrap it within a new date. There we go. And maybe you don't need these additional numbers. You can just leave it as a date. So now if we wrap it, you can see that it'll actually pull that date and display it in a very human readable format. I think in this case, it's not even needed because I already included it in the title. So I can remove it from the title here. And there we go. Now it makes more sense. So let's say that we want to know when we recorded this video. So it's always good to show it next to the title in this type of application. Next, we can head below the article and display a button overlay that would allow us to copy the link to that video. So I will give it an on click, which for now will be set to an empty callback function. Later on, we'll implement the copy functionality, but I will give it a class name of copy btn. And then within it, I will render an image with a source of /assets /icons /link.svg with an alt tag of copy, a width of 18, a height of 18, and we can close it right here. Now that we have introduced the click functionality, we have to make the card client side. So I'll say use client right here at the top, and you should be able to see a little button that you cannot click yet because it leads to a 404, but later on you'll be able to click on it and it'll actually just copy the URL. And let's not forget about the duration. So right below the button, we can display a duration only if it exists. So duration and a div with a class name of duration. And here we want to wrap it within math.ceil duration divided by 60 and then say minutes, because typically it is in seconds. So if I close this properly, you'll see that it says 3 minutes right here at the bottom right. And that makes sense because our video is 156 seconds long. And at this point, we can also remove this H1 from the homepage. It's no longer needed. And we might as well ask ChatGPT to generate a couple of these different cards. Let's see, we have about 8 images, and we could ask AI to generate more of these cards. This is a very simple task for AI, but of course, the one that definitely saves us some time. Typically, you would have to duplicate all of them, right? So what I want to do is copy the data for this video card and head over into constants, index constants. Then at the bottom, I will say const dummy cards is equal to an array where I can paste an object with all of these properties for the first cards we have created. So I am going to go ahead and change these from equal signs to key and value pairs and add a comma at the end of each one of these lines. That'll end up looking something like this. If you want a video on keyboard shortcuts that allowed me to do this super quickly, just let me know. But there we go. So now we have extracted the data for this first card and it is within an array. So what I want to do now is ask AI to generate 7 more because I think we have 8 thumbnails as samples right here. So I'll simply select this block of code, press Command-Shift-P and call Junie to help me. Junie is an AI agent built into WebStorm, and this task should be super simple for it because in the previous courses, I gave it so much harder tasks and it actually went ahead and updated like 10 files at once and made it work. So this should be super easy. I'll say create 7 more objects for dummy video information. Follow the same structure, but think of new data. I'll just press enter. And you can now see that it is thinking. And there we go. Very quickly, it figured out exactly what it needs to do, and it modified the file with 7 new objects for dummy video info with new information. So you can see that now the second one is Sarah, and it actually recognized that we have a second thumbnail for this one. It called it Product Demo Walkthrough. Then we have thumbnail 3, this time by Michael Scott, and it actually provided additional user images. And I might actually just provide these assets for you, so we have all of these different people right off the bat. It randomized the durations, the views, and everything. So you can use Junie to do this, or what I'll do is I'll just provide this array within the video kit below, so you can copy it if you need to. Now we can head back over to our page, and instead of displaying one card, what we can do is map over our dummy cards, .map. For each one, we get a card or card info, and then we want to display a video card to which we can pass all these props like this, one by one, or instead, we can just spread out the card properties like this. So now, if you remove the old one, and we can just check whether the types are correct, it seems like it's complaining that visibility should be of type visibility. So if we check out what that is, it seems like it is saying that it should be either public or private. In this case, we can just make it accept a string for now, as we're working with dummy pieces of data. So I'll say type of visibility is a string, and now that's okay. Perfect. And let's not forget to give each video card a key equal to card.id because we're mapping over different elements. And would you look at that? Even on mobile, this is looking great. We're showing different images, but let's just make sure that we properly render the avatar. For you, it should already be rendering, but what I will do is just add a fallback. So I'll point to assets, images, dummy.jpg. So if I save it right here, they're all gonna be dummies, or maybe instead I can use JSON. But in your case, you should be able to see different profile photos for all of them, as I have added all of these people to the assets for you. But with that in mind, I'll also copy this dummy cards mapping and move it over to the profile page, just to show you how reusable everything is. So head over to the profile ID, remove this H1 as we don't need it, and instead just map over the dummy cards. If you do that and open up the app on desktop, you'll see, well, this not looking good. Obviously, we have to put these videos in some kind of a grid. So I'll wrap it within a section that'll have a class name equal to video grid. And then I'll put these videos right here, and I'll make sure to copy this over to the profile page. So I'll head over to the ID profile, and we'll also have to do that with the homepage. So I'll head over to root homepage and just wrap it within a section that'll put these videos within a grid. So now back on the homepage, you can see that we have this beautiful layout of all of these different cards. If you click onto them, they'll lead to a specific video page. And you know what? Let's actually create a route for that page already. You already know how we did the routing for the profile page, so we'll do something very similar here. I'll first create a new route. So that's gonna be within root, directory called video, and then a new directory, dynamic one, called video ID within square brackets. And within that one, we'll have a new page.tsx where we can run RAFCE. I'll wrap it with a main that'll have a class name of wrapper and page. And within here, we can say that this is a video details page. So now if I click on one of these, you'll see that now we're on a video details page, and each one of these videos will have its own details page. What matters more as well is that now we can also display the cards for a profile. If we go here, maybe we're gonna show some different kinds of cards, right? That user has posted, but on the homepage, we'll show the cards that other users or the videos that other users have posted. So already this is looking like a finalized application. I think we can call it a day. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you, well, just kidding, right? We have just implemented the UI. Now is the time that we focus on implementing real logic to this application. So before we can begin even creating the form for uploading a video, we first have to have the user that'll upload that video, right? Or record their screen. So that means that the next step will be to implement the authentication page. So let's do that next. In this lesson, let's focus on implementing the UI of the authentication page, and then very quickly we'll fuse it with Google Auth, this time by using BetterAuth, which is the auth provider that a lot of you have requested. So head over to localhost 3000/sign-in, and that'll redirect you to the auth page. Then we can open it up right here within our code. So that is page.tsx within sign in, this one right here. And we can wrap it with a main tag and give it a class name equal to sign in. This sign in page truly shines on desktop devices, but we can develop it mobile first. So right here within this main, I will render an aside and give it a class name equal to testimonial. So on the left side, we want to show a testimonial from a person that used the app before. And if they click on it, maybe we can point to the homepage. So I'll render a link with an href pointing to /, and I'll import that link and make it come from next link. And within it, I can render an image with a source of assets, icons, logo.svg with an alt tag of logo, a width of 32, and a height of 32 as well. So now you should be able to see the logo after we fix the height spelling right here. There we go, it's right here at the bottom left. Also, right below the image, we can render an h1 that renders the name of the application, Snapcast. Next, right below this link, we can render another div with a class name equal to description. And then we can render a section within which we'll have a figure. And here we can render 5 stars. So I will render a new array from a length of 5, and then I will map that array. When you want to map over something and you don't care about the value, but you need to access the second parameter, you can just put an underscore there and then get the index, which is the second param. And then for each one of these, we want to render an image with a source of assets, icons, star.svg, with an alt tag of star, a width of 20, and a height of 20. And we also need to provide a key of index since we're mapping over it. If you do this, you'll see 5 stars right here below. Next, below this figure, we can render a p tag, and we can copy the text right here from our design. So I'll copy this one. Snapcast makes screen recording easy. There we go. You can see it right here. Below it, I'll render an article that'll contain an image that'll have a source of assets, images, json.png with an alt tag of JSON, a width of about 64, a height of 64 as well, and a class name of rounded-full. So now you should be able to see his image, and below, still within the article, we can render the div within which we can have an h2 that'll say Jason Rivera, for example. And then below it, we can render a p tag that'll say product designer at Nova Byte. Or you can choose any other random name or person, or maybe find somebody real that reviewed your application. Next, we can head below this section and below the div. And here you can render a p tag that'll render the copyright sign. And then you can say Snapcast, and then you can form a new date, which you can wrap to call the get year or get full year, just so we don't have to update the actual year every year. Perfect. So now we can see it at the bottom left right here. Now we can focus on the right side of the authentication, or on mobile devices, that's referring to the top part where you actually want to get users to log in. So I will head below the aside and I will create another aside. So this is the second side to this authentication page. This one will have a class name equal to Google sign in, and it'll render a section with a link in between, and this link will have an href pointing to the home page, and it'll render the same logo that we rendered above. So I'll just copy this image rendering the logo and paste it right here within this link. But this time it'll be a bit larger. We can do about 40 and 40 here as well. So you can see it now at the top. This will be for the form. And we can render an H1 that'll say Snapcast. Perfect. Now, right below that link, we can create a p tag. And we can say something like create and share your very first, and then within a span, Snapcast video, and then outside of span, in no time. I just copied this over from the design. So now this is within our primary color. Create and share your very first Snapcast video in no time. Perfect. And then right below it, below the p tag, we can render a button. That'll render an image of assets, icons, google.svg with an alt tag of Google, a width of 22, a height of 22, and after the image, we can render a span that says sign in with Google. There we go. So now we have the full UI of the authentication. And we can head over below this aside, and we can render a div, self-closing one, with a class name of overlay. So now if you save it and check it out on desktop, it looks great. On the left side, we have a testimonial, because typically there's not a lot of stuff that you can put on the authentication page. So you can either center the actual form, or you can give users the additional information that you want them to see before they actually sign in. And with that in mind, the UI part of the authentication page is now done, and we can focus on hooking it up with the authentication logic. So let's do that in the next lesson. In this course, for the first time ever, we'll use BetterAuth to implement the authentication. Many of you have requested it, so here it is. It's one of the maybe better alternatives to Next.js. So let's go ahead and install it by heading over to Get Started, Installation, and you just need to say npm install BetterAuth. So I'll do it right here in a new terminal, which I'll rename to terminal so we can add additional commands within it. And I'll simply run npm install BetterAuth. While it is installing, let's create a new page for our environment variables right within the root of our application. I'll call it .env. And here we'll need a BetterAuth secret as well as a BetterAuth URL. So let me show you how to get those. Right here within the installation, it says create an env file, secret key, and then click generate secret right here. And they'll provide you your secret, which you can very simply copy. And the same thing goes for the base URL. So I'll just paste my secret and my base URL, which for now will be localhost 3000. Now, before we configure the rest of the BetterAuth installation, let's make sure to get our Google Cloud Console key so we can implement Google authentication. Head over to console.cloud.google.com. Don't ask me how I remembered that URL, and then create a new project. I'll call it something like JSM Loom clone and click create. It'll take just a second for it to get created, and once it's done, just click select project. Next, within the search bar, search for branding and click get started. Provide the name of the application. In this case, I'll do JSM Loom clone, but maybe we can do something better like Snapcast. And you'll have to enter your email. You can mention that this is an external application available to any test user with a Google account, and you'll have to give another email address and finish it. Once you're done with the branding, head over to Clients. And here you can create your first OAuth 2.0 client. Choose the application type and select Web. For the name, once again, you can do whatever you want. I'll say Snapcast. For the authorized JavaScript origins, type http:// localhost 3000, copy it and click Add. And then for the authorized redirect URI, copy the same thing, but append to it API/auth/callback/Google. This is the URL where we'll actually authenticate our users. This is our application's authentication URL, and click Create. This will give you your client ID and secret. So go ahead and copy it. And then right here, you can say Google_client_ID, paste it here, and do the same thing with a secret. So I'll say Google client secret. And just to keep our environment variables structured, right here at the top, I'll say better auth, and here I'll add a comment for Google. Perfect. Now, just to be able to get access to the profile photos from people creating their accounts, you also have to enable the Google People API. So search for it and just click Enable. Later on, we'll use this from within our application. Perfect. With that, we have all of the necessary keys needed in order to set up our authentication. But if you think about it, authentication is so deeply interconnected with the rest of our database structure. When we create a new user, we have to create it and store it somewhere that is not just within our browser, but also within our database. So in the next lesson, let's set up our entire database so that once we sign the users in, we can also store them within the database, and then we can allow them to create and share new videos under their user profile. In this lesson, let's set up our database. This time, I wanted to do something different and not just do a typical MongoDB setup that we always do. Not that there's anything wrong with it, it's just that I wanted to do what you guys requested me to do. For example, Better Auth has been one of the highly requested authentication solutions, and so is Postgres. And in this case, I decided to use a Postgres platform called Zeta, which is completely free to get started with. So just click the link down in the description and click Start Free, and then sign up either using Google or GitHub. Then you'll be able to see the onboarding where you can create your database. Start with JSM_, and then give it a name like Snapcast, and choose the location that is closest to you. Click Next, and then you'll be redirected to the credentials page. Here, you can click Generate API Key, and then simply download all of these credentials as a text file. Then you can copy the contents of this credentials file, create a new comment called Zeta, and then paste the contents you just copied. Once you do that, you can continue to the next step. It's going to ask you how you want to connect, so choose TypeScript with a Drizzle ORM through SQL, not Drizzle ORM HTTP, just choose SQL right here and click Continue. Now, it'll give you instructions on how you can connect with Drizzle ORM in TypeScript, but this is using the Node Postgres documentation. See, Node Postgres is not yet supported in the Edge runtime with a stable release of the current Next.js version. So if you want to use Node Postgres, you'll have to switch to the Next canary, which supports Next.js middleware. Or alternatively, we can use the Zeta adapter instead of Node Postgres, which is exactly what we'll do. So I'll click Finish, and I'll teach you how we can set it up. So back within our code, now that we have the envs, open up your terminal and run npm install -g, this is for global, at zeta.io/CLI. And on macOS and Linux devices, I believe you have to add sudo in front to be able to install a package globally, and then you have to type in your password. On Windows, I think you can just install it. They don't really care. Once the package is installed, you can run Zeta auth login, and it'll ask you whether you want to use an existing API key or create a new API key. In this case, we can say use an existing API key, and you can copy the one from our .env. So this is the Zeta API key. Just copy it and paste it right here in the terminal. It's going to check it, and it looks we're good. So if that is the case, we can now run Zeta init. It's going to say initializing project. Let me ask you a couple of questions. Instead of creating a new database, I'll choose the one that we already created. We're going to select TypeScript right here. After that, just hit enter to accept the current output path for the generated code, and it's going to create 2 new files. So it'll say project is done. And if you check out your file, you'll see that under source, you have zeta.ts as well as zeta.rc. But we'll have to fix up a couple of things from this zeta.ts file. Specifically, we need to add the API key and branch to the options. So let's first look at the imports right here. We just need to import the base client options type. We don't need those tables, infer tables, and so on. We just need to export a type of database schema. And then right here, as the default options, where we have the database URL, I'll also provide the API key as the second parameter, set it equal to process.env.zeta API key, as well as add the API key equal to process.env.zeta API key, and we can also add the branch of main. This is not referring to our codebase branch, but rather to the branch of our database. And at the end, we can remove the tables from here. Now, you'll notice that this Zeta file is within the source, but we need to have it within the root of our application. So simply drag and drop it to the root and delete the source folder. Now we have to hook it up with Drizzle. Drizzle is an ORM, Object Relational Mapper, for Postgres databases. And it works incredibly well with TypeScript, and we can hook it up to any kind of a database super quickly. So if you take a look, Zeta is right here in the list, and we can just connect it very easily using their adapter. So you can take a look at the documentation as to how to install it. You can choose which Postgres provider you're using. In this case, it's Zeta, and it's going to give you some tips on how to install it. But in this case, I'll show you how to do it from scratch. So let's clear up our terminal and run npm I drizzle-orm. This will happen very quickly. Next, we also have to install a Drizzle kit as a dependency. See, Drizzle kit is a CLI migrator tool for Drizzle, one of the best tools that lets you completely generate SQL migrations and works super well. So you can just type npm I -D for development, and then we can say drizzle-kit. We'll also need an additional package, which is Postgres, to just hook it up to our Postgres database. So I'll say npm I pg. Once that is done, we can create a new db.ts file inside of a Drizzle folder. So I'll head over to the root and I'll create a new folder called Drizzle. Within Drizzle, I'll create a new file and I'll call it db.ts. And here we'll have to connect Drizzle and Zeta. So I'll say const Zeta is equal to get Zeta client. And then I'll say export const db is equal to Drizzle. So you can import it by saying import Drizzle within curly braces from drizzle-orm/Zeta HTTP. And then your database is basically just Zeta wrapped with Drizzle. There we go. And it looks like WebStorm thinks that Zeta is not a real world, but it is our database. So in this case, I'll just say save it to dictionary. Great. So now that we have our database file, we also need to create a schema for future models. So I'll create a new schema file right here within Drizzle called schema.ts, but I will leave it empty for now. Later on, we'll add the authentication schemas here that'll be auto-generated by Better Auth. But for the time being, we need to create the Drizzle config file inside of the root of the project. So I'll create a new file called drizzle.config.ts. And within here, we'll have to import our environment variables. And for that, we can use a package called .env, which loads the environment variables from a .env file into process.env. So I'll simply say npm I.env. And now at the top, we can import the config coming from .env, and we can export default define config, which we need to import from Drizzle kit. So I'll say import define config coming from drizzle kit. We need to pass over an object for settings, and we can define where the schema is coming from. It's coming from /drizzle/schema.ts, the file we just created. The out, so where do we spit out the migrations? We can put them out into the /drizzle/migrations. And finally, a dialect of our database. In this case, it'll be a Postgres. And DB credentials, which will be an object of URL process.env.database URL Postgres. And since we know it's there, we can add an exclamation mark at the end. But to be able to load this environment variable, we have to call the config from .env and pass to it a path to the env file. So that's /.env. And we have to do this to ensure that it'll be loaded properly. Perfect. Make sure that you don't have any typos here because that could mess up with our configuration of Drizzle and our database. And now for the final steps. We have to hook it all up together with BetterAuth. So create a new folder within the root of your application and call it lib, as in library. Next, within it, create a new file called auth.ts. Here, we can hook up Drizzle and BetterAuth, as well as the database we just created. So it all comes together into this single file. Here, we need to export an instance of our authentication. So I'll say export const auth is equal to BetterAuth, coming from BetterAuth, to which we provide options of database, which we wrap with a Drizzle adapter, to which we pass the database coming from DB, and finally, we provide an additional object of provider equal to PG. So we let it know all of the options that we have chosen so far. Now, open up the terminal and run the command npx @better-auth/CLI generate. And this will generate the schema file, which will include the user, session, account, and verification schemas, all needed for authentication. It will take some time. Oh, but it looks like it failed right here. It is possible that it didn't have enough access to write into this file. So I will rerun this command, but I'll type sudo at the start and provide my password. So let's see if we get lucky this time. There we go. It's asking us whether we want to generate the schema to auth.ts file. I'll say yes. And you'll see that a new schema has been generated within auth schema.ts. This contains everything needed for the auth. So copy its contents and move it over to schema.ts within the Drizzle folder. This is a better place to keep it. And once you move it over, you can even delete this current auth schema. We want to work only within the one that is under Drizzle schema.ts. Once this is done, we want to push the database. So I'll open up the terminal and say npx drizzle-kit push. This will say that either connection URL or host database are required for Postgres database connection. It says no config path provided using the default Drizzle config, and it was trying to access it from loom clone Drizzle config. Let's see if this is the right path. It is right here under loom clone drizzle.config.ts, and yep, this is looking good to me. So why was it not able to read the database URL? We're calling it database URL Postgres, and if you check it out right here under our env, you can also see that we have our Postgres URL. I don't think we'll even need this regular database URL. We just need to keep the Postgres one because that's the connection to our database. And I think this looks okay. Oh, but wait, this should say Postgres. I have an extra R right here. So now we're pointing to the right environment variable. So with that in mind, let's run the npx drizzle-kit push command, which will first pull the schema from the database. And once it does that, we can now head over into the lib auth.ts file, and we can edit it further by adding that newly added schema to our better auth setup. So right after the provider, I will add a comma and also define the schema to be equal to schema. This schema is coming from Drizzle schema, so I'll import it at the top by saying import in curly braces schema from @/drizzle/schema, and then we can just use it right here. Now, it does say here that a schema doesn't exist, so if you head over into the schema file, you'll notice that we are individually exporting all of these different schemas, the schema for the user, the session, the account, and the verification. But what we can do at the end is just say export const schema, which is equal to an object where we have all of these different types, such as the user, account, session, and verification. And now we can import it here and pass it as a part of Drizzle adapter options. Next, we can also add social providers. In this case, that'll be equal to Google. And here we need to pass the client ID equal to process.env.google client ID, as well as a client secret equal to process.env.google client secret. Finally, outside of social providers, we can also provide some plugins. So I'll say plugins, and we'll add a plugin for Next cookies, which will allow us to save our session into the cookies, as well as a base URL, which will be equal to process.env.next_public base URL. And now we actually have to add this next public base URL. So I'll say base URL at the top, next public base URL, it'll be equal to localhost 3000. And now that we have this auth setup done, we can also create a new auth client. So right here within lib, I'll create a new file called auth-client.ts. And this file is needed for OAuth logins, such as Google. So I'll say export const auth client is equal to create auth client coming from better auth React. And to it, I'll provide options of base URL is equal to process.env.next_public base URL. Finally, and most importantly, we have to create an API route that we're going to use for our authentication. So head over into app and create a new folder called API. Within API, create another folder called Auth. And within Auth, create another folder that will start and end with a square bracket. And then within it, you'll say ... all. This is the practice that we use with Better Auth to implement authentication. Within this folder, you can create a new route.ts. And here we simply need to expose this route. So I'll say export const, destructure the get and the post, and make it equal to Next.js handler, to which you want to pass the auth coming from auth.ts .handler. And this simply exposes that route, allowing us to authenticate our users. We are now ready to implement the login functionality on the sign-in page. So head over to app auth sign-in page and add the login function to the login button. The login button is right here. So simply give it an on click, and on click call handle sign in. And this one we can create just above by saying const handle sign in is equal to an asynchronous function. And don't forget, since we're using the on click, we also have to turn this page into a client rendered page. So I'll add use client. And within here, I'll simply say return await auth client coming from libauth client .sign in .social, and then we'll provide a provider of a string of Google. This is it. After we have implemented all of the logic, the rest is simple. We just call this auth client sign in social method. Now, just before we test it out, there's one important thing to keep in mind, and that is that right now, Sure, we have redirected ourselves to the sign-in page, but if we try to go to the home page, you can see that we can visit it. And that should not be the case with this type of application. To be able to visit a dashboard, you need to have an account. So let's implement a piece of middleware that'll check if a user has been authenticated, and if they're not, it's gonna redirect them from the page they're trying to visit, but they don't have access to sign in. So I'll create a new middleware.ts file within the root of our application. And within it, I will export a new async function called middleware that'll accept a request of a type next request, as well as a response of a type next response. And here we'll try to access the session by saying const session is equal to await auth coming from libauth dot API dot get session, and we'll pass the headers right here equal to await headers, and this is coming from next headers in order to be able to get the session. Next, if there is no session, in that case, we will simply return a next response dot redirect to a new URL of /sign-in, and we'll pass the request URL to it so that we know where we're redirecting it from, so that once they do sign in, we can bring them back to that page. But else, if they have a session, we'll simply allow them to pass through by saying return next response dot next, meaning continue with what they were trying to do. And right after that, we'll have to export a new config for the middleware where we need to tell it for which routes do we want to actually turn it on. We do that using a matcher array to which we can provide a string or a regular expression to match our routes. And this is actually a perfect job for AI. Actually, I used AI to generate this string, which matches different routes. Everything that starts with API, static pages, images, favicons, and the sign-in page, as well as the assets. This ensures that the middleware is only applied to the relevant pages and not the API routes, static assets, or the sign-in page itself. So now that you've implemented this, and just so you don't have to copy it manually, I will leave it within the video kit down below. Once that is done, if you try to head over to the homepage, you see that you can no longer do it because you immediately get redirected back to the sign-in. So what do you say that we finally test out our sign-in with Google functionality? And with that, we have a lot of stuff to test. Not just the authentication and saving the user into the session, but actually creating the user within the database. So I'll click sign in with Google and I'll click continue. If you do that, you can notice that we got successfully redirected back to the homepage. And if our middleware is working and we just tested it and it is, that means that we have been successfully authenticated. So now if you try to head over to sign in once again, sure, you can do it, and we can implement a redirect which brings you back to home since you don't need to see the login page if you're already logged in. But what matters most is that if you try to go to the home page, now the app knows that you're actually logged in. This was a long one, I know, but there's a lot of stuff that we added. From authentication to databases and more, all of it working seamlessly together. So in the next lesson, it's time to put that database to the test and allow this new user to create and upload some videos within it. So in the next lesson, we'll focus on upload a video form. To get started working on the upload page, let's create it. You can do that by heading over to app, root, and creating a new folder, which I'll call upload. And within it, I'll create a new file called page.tsx. Within it, we can run RAFCE just to quickly spin it up. And once you do that, you should be able to click the upload a video button and you'll be redirected to this newly created page. Within this page, we'll use a couple of reusable components, such as the file input and different form fields. So let's create those two first. I'll create them right here within the components folder by creating a new component called form field.tsx, and I'll run RAFCE. And we also want to create a file input. So I'll create it right here by creating a new file input.tsx. This is going to be for the video upload. and I'll also run RAFCE. So now that we have these two new files, we can just import them within the page. I'll first give it a class name equal to wrapper and page. And here I'll display a single form field and another file input. If you do that, you should be able to see two components, one that says form field and the other one that says file input. Now we can start creating this page. In this case, I'll provide it a wrapper MD instead of a typical wrapper because we want to keep the form right in the middle of the screen. And I'll also give it the upload page class name. And right within it, I'll display an H1 that'll say upload a video. Perfect. Later on, we also might have an error. So if there's an error, we want to display it at the top of the page. So right at the top, I'll say use state snippet, and I'll create a new one called error, set error at the start set to null. Of course, we need to import use state from React. And alongside that, we have to make it a client rendered page by giving it use client directive at the top. Now, right below the H1, I can say if there is an error, in that case, just render a div that'll have a class name of error-field, and it'll simply render the error text. So we can close it right here. Perfect. But now, since we don't have an error, we can start focusing on the form. I'll first create a new form component that'll have a class name equal to rounded-20, shadow-10, and already you should be able to see something that is starting to look like a card with a gap of 6 in between the elements, wfull, flex-column, padding x of 5, and padding y of 7.5. So now that we have given it some height, you can start seeing it as a card. And now we can put these form fields and form inputs right within this form where they belong. There we go. Now we have to ask ourselves, what different types of fields or props do we want to pass into each one of these form fields? And of course, to be able to answer that question, we have to check out the design for the form. You'll see that we'll reuse this form field for the title and the description, maybe even the thumbnail, we'll see about that, but definitely for visibility as well. So we'll surely reuse it a couple of times. And what changes is the name of the input or the title, or we can also call it a label, maybe a placeholder. Here it says describe what the video is about, and here it says select visibility. So let's create our first form field by passing the right props in. This time for the title. So what do we need for the title? Well, we need the ID equal to title, a label equal to, let's do title. We'll also pass a value equal to, and now we have to ask ourselves, how are we going to handle this state? You could use a library like ShatCN, but in this case, I'll just go ahead and create a new state field by saying use state snippet. I'll call it form data and set form data at the start equal to an object where we want to set all of these values to their empty strings. So I'll say title is an empty string. Description will also be an empty string. After that, we'll have the visibility. And I think this is it, at least for now. By default, visibility can be set to public maybe. So now if I scroll down, we can set the value to be equal to form data dot title. And we also need to give it an on change. And in this case, we need to call a handle input change function. So right here, I'll create a new handle input change, which is going to be a function that accepts the E as an event, like a key press event. And this one will be of a type change event coming from React. And within it, we need to update the form data. So first things first, we can extract the name as well as the value from the target. What are we doing here? Well, the name is going to be the name of the input that we're currently modifying. In this case, it'll be the title. And then the second thing is the value. And the value will come as part of the onChange listener. When we press a keystroke, we will just count it up right here. So what do we do with the name and the value? We take the form data And if you're modifying the form data with the previous version of that same state, you have to get the previous state. And once you get it, you can automatically return, with parentheses, a new object where you can spread the previous state and then dynamically modify the new property with a new value. That'll look something like this. So spread the previous state. For example, if we had already a state that looks like this right here, there we go. Now what you want to do is maybe update the description. So it'll spread these fields and then it'll add a new field with a type of name and a specific value. This dynamic name property will be updated to description because that's the field that we're typing in. That's the name of that field. And then the value will be the keystroke that we press in, like A, B, C. And that's how we're going to update the value in the state. So within here on change, we simply need to call the handle input change, just like this. Perfect. And let's also provide it a placeholder equal to enter a clear and concise video title. Perfect. Handle input change is always going to be the same, but the ID, label, placeholder, and the value change, so I'll leave those right here. Of course, now that you created this, past the props, nothing is really happening. The original form field component is still the same as it is. So we have to head into it and accept those props right within it. So I will destructure the props we're passing, such as the ID, label, maybe type. Later on, we'll have a type of select, but by default, it can be a type of text. A value, an on change, a placeholder, and also as. So we can say as by default, we can render it as input, but later on for the select, we can pass select. And if it is a select, we'll also have to pass some kind of options. So by default, I'll set the options to be an empty array. And these will be of a type form field props. Perfect. So now that we're getting all of these right here, we can give this div a class name equal to form field, and we can give it a label. This label will be an HTML4, the ID element, and it'll render the label that we're passing into it. Right here, it says title. Finally, we have to decide what are we rendering it as. So one of these will be a title, regular input. The second one will be a select, and the third one will be a text area. So what I'll do is create a new functional component within it and say const input to render is equal to, and now we have to decide what we are rendering. So this input to render will take in the type of the input, and then we can decide what we want to do. So I'll say if type is triple equal to text area, in that case, we can just return a new text area element that looks something like this. Else if the type is triple equal to select, in that case, we can just return a new select element, which looks something like this. And finally, else we can return a regular input. So right here, I'll say return input. So how do we actually call this component? Well, we can just call it like this, input to render. And to it, we can pass a type, which is basically the as property we're passing into it. It'll be of a type string. But since we're rendering it as a component, we have to actually destructure it from props because we're passing it as a prop right here. So I'll say type is an object, and that type will be of a type string. Perfect. So now we are rendering the label for every single one, but then depending on the as property, we're going to render different things. So if I head back into the page, I will duplicate this form field once again right here. And for the second time, I'll give it a ID of description, the label of description as well, a placeholder. Here I'll say describe what this video is about. And of course, let's not forget to change the value to description. And finally, give it the as property text area. So now if we render it, you can see that the first one is an input and the second one is a text area, but it's still the same form field component. So we're really doing a great job of making sure that this component is reusable. And the third type is going to be right below the file input. So if I head over to the page, below the file input, we'll actually have two file inputs, one for the video and the other one for the thumbnail of the video. So below it, I will duplicate this form field and give it an ID of visibility, a label of visibility as well. In this case, we don't need a placeholder. The value will be form data visibility as select. And in this case, we also have to give it options. And the two options will be a value of public and a label of public with a capital P. And as the second option, we can just render private. So here I'll say private and I'll render the label of private. So now we have three different form fields, each serving as a different HTML element. The first one is an input, the second one is a text area, and the third one is a select. So now if we head back over here, we also need to pass some additional props to these HTML elements themselves. For example, some of them are going to be shared across all of these different elements. So I'll select all three and pass to them an ID equal to ID. I'll also give them a name equal to ID. And I'll give them a value equal to value and an onChange equal to onChange. Now for the text area and the input, we also need to pass it a placeholder equal to placeholder. There we go. You can see that now we got those two placeholders. And for the select, we actually have to give it some additional options. So I will turn it from a self-closing to a not self-closing component. And within it, I will map over options by getting each individual option. And for each one, we'll return an option component that will display the label, which we can destructure from the option right here. So destructure the label as well as the value. If you do this, you can see that now we have two of these, but we also need to give each one of these options a key, since we're mapping over it, of label, as well as the value equal to value. So if you save it, you can see that now we can actually select private, public, we can type into the text area, and we can type into the title, but it kicks me out. We'll fix that later on, but for now what matters most is that we have the UI of three of these components, which seemingly are the same form field, but with different props that we give to it, we make it that much more reusable. And now that our form fields are done, we can also focus on the video and the thumbnail upload. These are a bit more custom and they'll have to deal with a lot more functionality, but let me show you how we can implement them. Once again, ask yourself, what are the different props that we need to pass into it? Of course, we'll need an ID. So I'll say ID is equal to video in this case. Label will be equal to video. Now, file inputs also have the accept prop, which allow you to define which type of a file you want to allow the users to upload here. So we'll say all video types. And now we also have to store this video somewhere. So for the time being, I will create a dummy variable called video, which is going to be equal to an empty object. Later on, we'll get this video by uploading it over to Bunny, but for the time being, we just need the video variable. And from that video, we can then extract many other things, such as the file will be equal to video.file. The preview URL will be equal to video.preview URL. The input ref will be equal to video.input ref. The onChange will be equal to video.handle file change. On reset, so if we want to reset this form, we'll say video.reset file, and the type will be video. So we're going to be getting all of these from this video object that we'll be getting over from Bunny. Now, alongside this video, we'll also need to do the same thing for the thumbnail. So I'll say const thumbnail is equal to an empty object. And then if we go down, I can copy this entire file input and duplicate it instead of this empty one. And we're going to change this over to thumbnail. Label will be thumbnail as well. We will accept images for the thumbnails, and then everything else will remain the same, but I'll change every mention of video to thumbnail. And at the end, I'll set the type to be equal to an image. And once again, if we now save this, nothing will have changed. That's because we now have to go into this file input and implement this component. So everything starts with first accepting those props, such as the ID, the label, the accept property, file, preview URL, input ref, on change, on reset, and the type. And these are of a type file input props. And we can return this component as a section because it'll actually contain multiple things within it. But I'll give it a class name equal to file input. Now, this section will have its own label. So I'll say this is a label with an HTML4 ID, and it'll render the label. Within it, I'll render an input, which will have a type equal to file, an ID equal to ID, accept equal to accept, because these file inputs by default are very ugly and look like this. But we want to create a full display that allows us to nicely drag and drop the files into it. I'll also give it a ref equal to input ref. Oh, and I think I forgot to hide it, so I'll say hidden. And I'll pass it the on change equal to on change. So if we do this, you'll see that it appears like they're not here. But only now we'll display the actual presentation of where we want to put those files in. That is why we need to attach a ref to this input so that we don't interact with it directly because it's hidden, but actually design a new element that'll allow us to upload either a video or a thumbnail. So I can use the prop called preview URL for that. So I'll say if there is no preview URL yet, in that case, we'll render a new figure within which we'll render an image with a source of assets, icons, upload.svg, and an alt tag of upload, a width of 24, a height of 24 as well, and below it, we can render a p tag that says click to upload your ID. The ID is either image or a file. So this is if we haven't yet uploaded anything. But if we have, for now, let's just display an empty div. Okay, so if you save it, you should be able to see that now we have click to upload your video and click to upload your thumbnail right here. But right now, they're not really doing anything. So let's focus on the second part, which is when we upload a video, we need to display that video's thumbnail or the thumbnail itself. So we can do that right here. Within this div, if the type is triple equal to video, in that case, we can just play that video. Video, give it a source of preview URL, and give it some controls so people can see what they uploaded. Or if we're not uploading a video, that must mean that it's an image. So in that case, I'll render an image with a source of preview URL with an alt tag of image and give it a property of fill so it fills up the entire space. If you do this, later on once we upload it, you'll be able to see the preview. And below, let's also render a button with a type is equal to button with an on click doing the reset. So I'll say on reset. And this is exactly what that button will do. Render an image with a source of assets, icons, close.svg with an alt tag of close, a width of 16, and a height of 16 as well. So in case you want to just reset that image or upload another image or a video, you'll be able to do that after seeing your current image or video. And below that button, let's also display the current file name, so we know what we have uploaded. Perfect. So with this in mind, we now have these two file inputs and the three other inputs. So let's actually allow for the upload. Right here within this figure, I'll give it an on-click property, and on click, we simply want to trigger the click on the original file input. So we're going to get access to its ref by saying input ref dot current dot click. So we're basically clicking that hidden ugly input when we click on this new one that we have created. So if I click on it right now, you can see one issue, and that is that input ref current is undefined. So let's make sure that this input ref is actually being passed through the file input right here. And of course, right now, it definitely is not, because this thumbnail and video objects are completely empty. So to be able to set up the starting point of this video and the thumbnail, we need to figure out a way how we can handle the upload. Everything from making sure that we have a ref that we can click on, to making sure that we know what it is that we're uploading, whether it's a video or a thumbnail, all the way to keeping track of the duration of the uploaded video and making sure that we get access to the preview URL. All of these different things that we have here matter. So let's take that logic and let's put it within a new file. Let's create a custom hook that only deals with the file upload logic. Okay, so I'll create it within a new folder within lib, and I'll call it hooks. Within hooks, I'll create a new hook called use file input.ts. And here we can start by creating this new hook. I'll start by creating and exporting it by saying export const use file input is equal to a function that accepts the max size of a file that we want to allow for the upload, and then it will return everything regarding that file. So this custom hook will keep track of all of the different important states, starting off with the file itself. So I'll say use state snippet, and it'll be equal to a file, set file at the start equal to null. And of course, don't forget to import the use state from React. Next, we can also deal with the preview URL. So I'll say use state snippet, and I'll name it preview URL, set preview URL at the start equal to an empty string. We can also do another one for the duration. So I'll say use state snippet duration and set duration at the start equal to 0. And we can also do one for the input ref. So I'll say not use state, but rather use ref. And I'll call it input ref is equal to use ref at the start equal to null. Don't forget to import use ref coming from React. Perfect. So now I think you can start seeing why we need to define a custom hook. Because if we didn't, we would have to call all of these states within the form, and we would have to do it one more time for the thumbnail and for the video. So it's much better to define a custom hook that encapsulates all of this logic. This custom hook has to keep track of what the file is doing, so whether we're uploading it or not. So say const handle file change is equal to a function that accepts the event of a type change event, and we can open up a function block. We can call this function when we actually submit a file to be uploaded. So we first have to check if e.target.files 0 exists, then that means that we have a selected file. So let's say const selected file is equal to e.target.files 0. Right now, it does say that files might not exist on the target, and that's because it doesn't know what kind of an event it is. In this case, it is a HTML input element change event, so now it knows that files might actually exist on it. Now that we have the selected file, we want to check whether it's of a right size. So if the selected file dot size is greater than the max size that will allow, in that case, we can simply exit out of this function, which means return. But if everything is going well, in that case, we can check whether a preview URL exists, and if it does, then we can revoke it. So I'll say URL.revoke object URL preview URL. Why are we doing this? And what does this mean to revoke an object URL? Well, it means that we want to call the browser to let it know not to keep the reference to this file any longer, because we're done with the preview and we have the access to the actual file. So I'll say set file is equal to selected file. So we're setting it to the state. And at the top, we can say that this state is of a type either file or null. So it knows that we can actually pass a file to it. Then we get the object URL, which is equal to URL.create object URL. And now we pass the real selected file that has been uploaded. And we set the preview URL to be equal to that object URL of a real file that got uploaded. Finally, we have to extract the duration of the video. So I'll say if selected file dot type dot starts with, and that's going to be video. If that is the case, then we want to get access to that video by saying const video is equal to document dot create element of video. Then we can preload the metadata of that video by saying video.preload is equal to metadata. And then we can say video.onload metadata, which is a listener. Once it actually loads, we can check whether a duration exists. So I'll say if is finite. So that means that it actually has the end of video.duration. And if video.duration is greater than 0, in that case, we simply want to set the duration to be equal to math.round video.duration to round it to the nearest integer. Else, we're going to simply set the duration to be set to, in this case, we can do 0. Finally, we can run the URL.revoke object URL of the video source because we have already saved it to the state. So we can say video.src is equal to the object URL that we have created right here above, which contains the actual file we have uploaded. There we go. So this single function within this hook deals with the file upload logic. And alongside the handle file change, we also need to be able to reset the file in case we want to delete it. So I'll say const reset file is equal to a callback function. We can again check if we have access to a preview URL. And if we do, we can just revoke it. We don't need it anymore. So URL.revoke object URL of preview URL. And we want to set file to be equal to null. We can set preview URL to be equal to null as well because it doesn't exist. Or in this case, I think we can set it to an empty string. And we want to set the duration to be set to 0. So we're resetting all the values. And if input_ref.current, so if an input exists, we just want to clear it by saying input_ref.current.value is equal to an empty string. In this case, it's saying that the value might not exist. So we have to say that this ref will specifically be used on an HTML input element so it knows that a value does indeed exist. So now that we have the reset file and the handle file change, alongside all of these different states, we can now return it from this hook by saying return inside of an object, and we can pass everything: a file, a preview URL, a duration, an input ref, a handle file change, and reset file. We're returning all of that from this custom hook just so we can come back and we can use it in a super simple way. To set up our video and to allow us to upload and change and reset those videos, the only thing you have to do now is say const video is equal to use file input, and that's it. In this case, we also need to pass the maximum file size. So I'll say max video size like this, which is defined within the constants. Here, I think we're setting it about 500 megabytes, so that's half a gigabyte. And for the image, about 10 megabytes should be enough. So now if we head back, we can do the similar thing for the thumbnail. I'll say use file input and provide a max thumbnail size. And with this, if you now click on this video, you can see that it'll allow you to upload the videos. And if within your downloads, you have a lot of different files, you'll only be able to upload videos. In the same way, here, you'll only be able to upload images. Looks great on mobile, but how does it look like on desktop? Also great. You can see here that we centered it in the middle. We didn't really need more horizontal space for this, so this is good. And it all seems to be working. Oh, but when I type something into the title, it looks like it only stops at one character. So if I come back, let's see what we're doing with this handle input change. First of all, it doesn't know that a name and a value exist. So we have to say that this change event is of a type HTML input element. There we go. And let's see where we're calling this handle input change. We're calling it on the change, and we're passing it right here to all of these different properties. But if this is set up well, then why is our input losing focus whenever we type a single character? So if you check out where we're calling the on change, that part is looking good. It doesn't have anything that would make the input lose the focus. So let's head over into the form field. And if you take a look at it, we are returning a new component on every single render of the form field component. So as we type into it, React sees it as a brand new component every time you type, unmounting the old one and mounting the new one. Hence, the focus gets lost. So what we need to do is just render these three types of inputs in line. We can do that with a simple ternary operator, where I'll say dynamic block of code as is triple equal to text area. If that is the case, then we just render the text area. Next, if it's not the text area, then if as is equal to select, in that case, we can just return the select. So I'll open up another block of code and return the select. And finally, if it's neither the select nor the text area, in that case, we can add a question mark here to open up a secondary ternary. And then finally, we can return the regular input. So let me just structure this nicely and make sure that we have three separate outputs. And now the only thing you have to do is close the dynamic block of code and then copy it from here, remove the input to render, and just paste it right here. That'll look something like this. So now you can see that we have the label, and then if as is text area, we render the text area. If as is select, we render the select, and if as is something else, we render the regular input. And if you do this, you can now notice that it's not losing input as we type. Great. So now if we head back over to our page, we can finish it off with a nice button. Still within the form, I will render a button component with a type is equal to submit, and it'll be disabled if we're currently submitting. So I'll say if is submitting is true, then we can make it disabled, and this is disabled will be just a simple state. So I'll create a new use state snippet, is submitting, set is submitting at the start equal to false. And if we are submitting, it's gonna be false. Also, we can say if is submitting, we can make it say uploading, ... Else, we can make it say upload video. There we go. Let's also give it a class name equal to submit button. And there we go. Now it got that primary color. So as you can see, now we have what appears to be our final form. And this button is submitting the form. So on the form itself, we have to add what that form will submit. So on submit, we want to call the handle submit function. So right here below the handle input change, I'll create a new const handle submit and make it equal to an asynchronous function that accepts an event, this time of a form event type. And first things first, we want to prevent the default behavior of the browser. So e.prevent default, we don't want the page to reload. And we want to set is submitting to be set to true because we're actually submitting the form. Then we want to open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we can get access to the error and we can just console log it. So I'll say console log error submitting form, and then I will render the error message itself. And I'll also add a finally clause. So whether it fails or succeeds, we can stop the submitting. So I'll set is submitting set to false. Perfect. So now, of course, the main question is, what do we do when we wanna submit the video? Well, before we even try doing that, we need to set some ground rules. And that is that if there is no video.file, or if there is no thumbnail.file, well, that means that there should be some kind of an error. So I will set error to please upload video and thumbnail. And we can also just return, so we exit out of that if statement. Also, this error needs to be a string, not a null. So right here, instead of null, by default, I'll set it to an empty string. And then later on, we can set it to some other value. Now, another if statement that we want to add is if there is no form data dot title, or if there is no form data dot description. If that is the case, then we want to also set an error, and it'll say something like, please fill in all the details. And we can also return to exit out of the function. And now we're finally ready to upload our video. So there are going to be a couple of steps. First, we want to upload the video to Bunny. This is our video streaming and storage platform. After that, we want to upload the thumbnail over to our database. Then, once we get that image hosted somewhere, we want to attach it as a thumbnail to the video. So I'll say attach thumbnail. And finally, once the video and the thumbnail have been uploaded, we can't simply get the video URL and call it a day. We also need to create a new piece of data within our database that will contain all the metadata about the video or video details. So I'll say create a new DB entry for the video details. And this contains everything from URLs of the video itself hosted on Bunny to thumbnails and additional metadata. So there are many different steps that have to happen so we can properly upload the videos and then be able to retrieve them within our application. So we can conclude this lesson right here, as we have successfully implemented the UI as well as some minor functionality of the upload video form. And in the next lesson, we'll dive deep into setting up a Bunny CDN so we can host, stream, and share our videos. I'm super excited for that one. And finally, the moment you've been waiting for. Now that we have the upload a video form, we need an infrastructure that'll allow us to store and distribute those videos all around the world. And for that, my number one choice is Bunny. I've been using Bunny internally for years now to host every single one of our educational videos on JS Mastery Pro. And that's a pretty big deal because we have to ensure that every single video is working at all times and that people can access it from anywhere around the world. So I'm super excited that I got a chance to teach you how to implement the best video CDN in the world. The link down in the description will double your free access to about a month. No credit card is required. You can get started in 2 minutes. And then even if it expires, your monthly minimum is $1. And for that, you can host and share a bunch of different videos. So click the link down in the description and create your account. Once you're in, on the left sidebar, head over to storage and create your first storage zone. Give it a name, start with something like JSM, and then you can say Snapcast, or feel free to choose your own name. Leave all the other fields as they are, except the geo replication. In the image below, you can see multiple locations checked initially. But for now, even just a single location will be enough, so I'll choose the one that is closest to me. This leaves our monthly storage cost at 1 cent per gigabyte. Oh, and I can notice that Bunny recommends having at least one replication zone enabled, so I'll go ahead and turn on one in North America as well, so people from there get faster access to our videos, which increases our storage by 1 cent per gigabyte. Perfect. Now create a new folder called Thumbnails. Go to the FTP and API access and copy this password from here. Then head over to your .env and paste it at the bottom. I'll say Bunny, and here I'll save it as Bunny storage access key and make it equal to the password we just copied. After that, we'll also need to use this host name. So I'll collapse this, and we won't need to put it within envs because it doesn't necessarily have to be for your eyes only, but it's going to be good to have it stored somewhere so we can reuse it later on. So I'll head over into constants. That is right here. And you can notice that there are already some values that I provided for you before from my previous instance of Bunny, but now we'll have to update all of those. Starting with the storage base URL. You want to make it start with https://. Then you can copy the host name. It is possible that for you, your host name also includes some kind of a prefix. That's totally okay. And then you also have to add a / and then paste your username. So this storage base URL is combined out of the hostname / username. So you'll definitely have to update this. Now, after we store our files, we also need to create something known as a pool zone. That pool zone will allow us to get our thumbnail URL. So head over to CDN and create a new pool zone. You can give it a name like JSM Snapcast. And then for the origin type, select storage zone and then select your storage bucket. You can choose however many zones you'd like your data to be served from. This is super useful if your users are globally distributed. But in this case, I'll proceed just with Europe and North America. And I'll select Add Pool Zone. Then copy this host name and add it to your constants under CDN URL. You have to leave https / and then add the host name, which you can copy from here. This goes under the CDN URL. Now, after we store the videos, we also need to be able to stream them to the users. So head over to Stream on the left sidebar and create our first video library. Once again, you can follow all the same steps. I'll call it the same thing once again. And I'll choose 2 zones from Geo Application and click Add Video Library. Now head over into the API section on the left side and copy the video library ID and add it over to your envs. Right here under Bunny, you can call it Bunny Library ID. And you'll also have to do the same thing for the stream access key. So copy the API key and paste it right here as Bunny stream access key. Perfect. Also, back within the constants, there's this transcript URL, and this will be equal to https / and then you have to add your CDN hostname. So you can copy it right from here. Perfect. And finally, the stream base URL and the embed URL will remain the same as they were within the constants. You only needed to change these 3. But what is this transcript thing? Well, right here under Stream, if you head over to Transcribing, you can enable transcribing. And that means that all videos will automatically be transcribed. This transcription can be used to automatically convert the audio track into captions, translate it into multiple languages. So I'll definitely turn this on. And if you want to, you can also turn on the smart title and smart description, which will automatically update the metadata of the video based on its contents. And here you can choose the languages you want to translate it to. On JS Mastery Pro, I decided to transcribe the videos into 4 of our most popular languages: English, Hindi, and Spanish. So now that we have created the necessary storage and stream zones, we're ready to upload our first video. And technically, you could do it through Bunny's GUI right here on their platform. You just click Upload a Video and do it right here. But that's not what we want to do. We want to put our form to use. So we want to upload the video here and store it and distribute it through Bunny. To do that, we'll first create some helper functions within lib and a new file called utils.ts. These utility functions will make it easier for us to upload those videos and to create additional functionalities. So I'll include a couple of these utils right here within the video kit. So you can copy them and paste them right here. Let me show you what we have here. We have a couple of functions. So let me collapse them all. We have one called getEnv, which simply tries to access the env, and if it doesn't exist, it throws an error, but if it does, it returns the actual value. The second one is a helper function that allows us to more easily make calls to Bunny. You can just choose whether you want to head over for streaming the videos or storing them, pass the necessary headers, the request options as well, and finally, upload the video and return the uploaded data. And finally, we have a higher order function that allows us to handle errors. What does this mean? We'll wrap our other API calls with the error handling function, and that way we don't have to repeat the try and catch block every time. Rather, we'll always be able to catch the errors in a consistent way. Again, these are just a couple of functions that'll make it easier for us to focus on what matters. and that is getting our videos uploaded. I also noticed that we haven't added this cn function. This is for Tailwind, so we can add dynamic styles at the top of our utils file. But for that, we'll have to install two packages. So open up your terminal and say npm install clsx and Tailwind merge. And I just noticed that later on, I'll also provide you with a couple more utility functions. So instead of having them all separated like this, I'll just merge all of these into a single file so you can copy it right off the bat. That should look something like this. You'll get functions that allow us to more easily parse the transcript or figure out how many days ago this video was posted. Then we have a couple of others that you have already seen for getting the envs and making API calls more easily. For the time being, we don't yet have the schema for the videos, so I'll simply comment it out. And I'll also comment out the use of this function that actually calls these videos. We'll implement this soon. But for the time being, now we are finally ready to create our first server action that will allow the video upload. So to do that, let's create a new folder within the lib folder, and let's call it actions. And within actions, create a new file and call it video.ts. So here we'll have all the video related actions. Since this file will be dedicated only to the server actions, we have to make sure that Next.js only calls it on the server. So this file has to be secure and it must not be called from the client side. So to do that, we have to give it a use server directive at the top. And then we are ready to export and create our first server action, which we can call get video upload URL. This will upload the video and give us back the URL. So we could create just a regular function like this, and most of these are going to be asynchronous. But what I want to do first is wrap it with error handling. This is one of our utility functions that I showed you that'll simplify the error handling for us and make it more consistent. So the only thing you have to do is say with error handling and then wrap this function call. If you do this, now automatically for every single one of these calls, it'll try to open up a try and catch block. If there's a result, it'll simply return it. But if there's an error message, it'll then return that error message. That way, we don't have to say try this, catch that, and so on for every single one of these server actions. Now, what matters for us uploading the video is to know which user is uploading it. And for that, we need to get access to the current user from the session. So for that, I'll create a helper function. So I'll say helper functions right here at the top, not a server action. And then we have server actions right below. So the first helper function will be called get session user ID. It'll be equal to an asynchronous function that returns a promise, which will resolve in a string, which is basically just the ID of the user. And the way it works is that first we'll get access to the session by calling await auth coming from auth.ts .api .get session. And to it, we have to pass the headers of await headers. And these headers are coming from next headers. So now, if we don't have the session, so if there is no session, we want to exit out of the function and say throw new error, which can say unauthenticated. But if we do have a session, we'll return that current session user ID. So this is our helper function, which now we can use within every single server action that requires our user to be logged in. So I'll say const get session user ID like this. In this case, we don't have to extract anything from it. So I'm just gonna await it. Later on, if we do need to get the ID, you can just get it like this. User ID is equal to await get session user ID. And now we are ready to make our first API call to Bunny. So I'll say await API fetch. This is our helper function that allows us to more easily fetch by simply providing a set of URL and options to it. Think of this as just an abstraction for doing a regular fetch call, okay? So I can say API fetch, and the first thing we have to pass into it is the URL that we want to make a request to. So this will be a template string of, and now we have to get access to some of those keys coming from environment variables or from constants. So we can get all of those important keys right here by saying const video stream base URL is equal to bunny, and this bunny is coming from constants, dot stream base URL. So now we can see from constants, we're exporting this bunny object, and now we can just import it right here. For the second one, we'll need to get access to the thumbnail storage base URL, and this one is also coming from bunny dot storage base URL. After that, we have the thumbnail CDN URL equal to bunny dot CDN URL. We'll also need to get access to the bunny library ID. So I'll say const bunny library ID is equal to getEnv. So we're using that helper function, and we have to pass the name of the environment variable, bunny library ID. And we can do the same thing with the access keys. So I'll say const access keys is equal to an object where the stream access key is equal to getEnv of bunny stream access key, and the second one is the storage access key, which is equal to getEnv, and key will be bunny storage access key. Make sure that it's all underscores. So I wanted to do this to fetch both the envs as well as variables from constants right into this file. So now we can use them to form our API endpoints. So we have to start with the base URL of the stream. So I'll say video stream base URL / bunny library ID to get to our library / videos, so that we know that we're uploading the videos. Next, we can provide an object of options. I'll say that the method is post. The bunny type will be set to stream, and we can pass the body of the video we're trying to upload. For now, as the title, I'll set the temporary title. And for the collection ID, I will leave it empty. Now, once we make this request to bunny, it'll give us back the video response. So I'll say const video response is equal to this call we're making. And then from that video response, we can get access to the upload URL. So I'll say const upload URL is equal to, once again, I'll do a template string of video stream base URL / bunny library ID / videos / video response .guid. And now that we have uploaded the video, we can just return the most important information back to the client. So that's going to be the video ID equal to video response .guid, upload URL, as well as the access key equal to access keys .stream access key. Perfect. And now we'll have to do a very similar thing to upload our thumbnail. So I'll collapse the server action and I'll create a new one. Export const get thumbnail upload URL. I'll once again wrap it with error handling and make it an asynchronous function that accepts the video ID that we want to attach that thumbnail to as its first and only parameter. Within it, we first want to get access to the file name. So I'll say const file name is equal to, we want to make it unique in case we have multiple uploads. So I'll use a template string of date.now, and then I'll also apply a video ID that we want to add it to, and then we can say dash thumbnail. Once we have the file name, we are ready to upload it by saying const upload URL is equal to, once again, we want to form the URL. So that's going to be thumbnail storage base URL / thumbnails / and then the file name. And then we want to get access to the CDN URL of that file by saying const CDN URL is equal to thumbnail CDN URL / thumbnails / file name. Now that we have all of that info, we can just return it to the client by saying return upload URL, CDN URL, and finally the access key, this time pointing to the storage. So I'll say access keys dot storage access key. And that gives us our second server action, this time to upload the thumbnail and attach it to a video. But now keep this in mind. We'll upload this video to Bunny, and sure, it'll be saved within Bunny storage and you'll be able to see it within their graphical user interface. But we also have to attach some metadata to it and add it to our own database, which means that we'll need another function, which we can call save video details. So I'll say export const save video details is equal to with error handling. We accept the video details from the form as a param of a type of video details. But of course, this is within a new asynchronous function. So let's do it like this. And these video details will include the video ID, title, description, everything that we have within our form. And we'll also use this function to attach the user that created the video with the video details itself. So we have to get access to the user ID by saying const user ID is equal to await get session user ID. And now we want to use these video details to update the title and the description of the video. So I'll say await API fetch to video stream base URL / bunny library ID / videos / video details dot video ID. So we want to update this specific video by providing additional options of method equal to post, bunny type equal to stream, and then most importantly, the body, which has the title equal to video details dot title coming from the form on our front end, and the description equal to video details dot description. So we're updating it within Bunny as well. After that, we want to finally insert it within our database. So I'll say await db, and this database is coming from db.ts dot insert videos, and then we want to apply specific values to those videos. But hey, what are these videos? Where are the videos coming from? Well, videos will be a new schema within Drizzle. So head over to Drizzle schema.ts, and here where we have the user, session, account, and verification, which are all different schemas regarding authentication, we can now add a new one for videos. So I'll say export const videos is equal to pg table of videos, and we can provide the schema. Now, this is a longer one, so I don't think we have to type it by hand. Rather, I'll leave it for you right here within the video kit, so you can just copy it and paste it right here. You can see it has quite a few fields, but don't worry because we're going to go through them together. Make sure to import the UUID coming from Drizzle ORM PG Core. And in this case, we won't need the reactions. It's possible they're already deleted for you, but I'm going to delete them in any case. So what do we have here? We have the ID, which acts as the primary key of every video, a title, a description, video URL, video ID, thumbnail URL, visibility, which can be either public or private, a user ID that uploaded that video, views on the video, the duration of the video, and finally created ad and updated ad fields. Once you have added this to your schema, you have to push it to the database. And you can do that by opening your terminal and running npx drizzle-kit and then push and press enter. It's going to pull the current schema from the database and apply changes based on this new schema that we added. So now if you head back over to the actions file where we need those videos, it's going to be very easy to import those videos coming from schema right here. And now we can attach additional values to it, such as spread all the video details, define the video URL, which is going to be equal to a template string of bunny dot embed URL / bunny library ID / video details dot video ID. We need to attach this video to a user that created it, or the user ID. And we can set the created at equal to new date, as well as updated at, which can be set to new date. Perfect. Once we do this in Next.js, you have to revalidate the paths. This means that you're telling Next.js to reload your page on that specific domain to be able to fetch the new details. Typically, you can revalidate only one path at a time. But in this case, sometimes we'll have to revalidate a few more paths. So what we can do is create another helper function called revalidate paths, which accepts all the paths, which is an array of strings, and it simply maps over them, paths.forEach. And for each path, we call the revalidate path coming from next cache, and then to it we pass the path we want to revalidate. So now back in here, we can call revalidate paths and pass an array of just a / because for now we just want to revalidate the homepage after we insert a new video. Also, we can return this newly created video ID by getting it from video details dot video ID. And now we're not only uploading the video and the thumbnail, but we're also inserting these new videos, thumbnails, and the video details to our database. So we're one step closer to actually testing it out, and we can do it by modifying our upload page. So head over to upload page, and then right here within the handle submit function, let's handle the video upload. First things first, we have to get access to the upload URL. That'll then allow us to upload the video. Thankfully, we have created a server action that helps us with just that. So we can call this API by saying await get video upload URL. And to it, we don't have to pass anything. This will just give us the video upload URL for our specific library. This function though will return three things: the video ID, the upload URL, which we can rename to video upload URL because later on we'll have the same thing for the thumbnail, and then access key equal to video access key. Now let's check whether we successfully got those values back by saying if there is no video upload URL or if there is no video access key. In that case, simply throw a new error saying failed to get video upload credentials. Perfect. But if we have access to them, we are finally ready to upload the video to Bunny. So the first part, or basically step 0, was getting the upload URL. So get upload URL. And now step 1 is to actually upload the video. And to do that, let's create one simple function right here at the top of this file, which I'll call upload file to Bunny. And I want to extract it because a file can be both a thumbnail as well as a video. It'll accept the file itself of a type file, the upload URL that we're uploading to of a type string, and the access key of a type string as well. And it'll return a promise that doesn't have to be resolved. Within here, we can just return the output of a fetch call. A fetch call to the upload URL that we pass into the function with the following options. Method of put, because we're trying to upload a file. Headers equal to content type of file type, and access key of access key. So we're now just sharing all the necessary keys in order to be able to upload the file, which we're going to do through the body. So body will be set to the file. We can then call a .then to get the response, and then if a response is not okay, we can simply throw a new error by saying upload failed. And that's it. Now we have this function that allows us to upload the video to the upload URL that we have received from this server action. So we can now call it by saying await upload file to Bunny. In this case, we want to upload the video file to to the video upload URL, and we need to pass the video access key. Now we want to repeat the same exact thing with the thumbnail upload. So I'll copy this part where we're getting the video upload URL, and I'll paste it here, but I'll change it to get thumbnail upload URL. From it, we get the upload URL, which we can rename to thumbnail upload URL and thumbnail access key. And for the thumbnails, we also have a CDN URL, which is going to be thumbnail CDN URL. So now we can do the same thing that we did before. We can check whether these exist, but don't forget to pass the video ID into it, because this one needs to attach the thumbnail to a video ID. And this video ID is coming right from above right here. Then we can do the checks, same as here. If there is no thumbnail upload URL, or if there's no thumbnail CDN URL, or if there is no thumbnail access key, in that case, we want to say throw new error, failed to get thumbnail upload credentials. But if we finally get it, we want to upload the thumbnail to Bunny by saying await upload file to Bunny. We can pass the thumbnail.file, the thumbnail upload URL, as well as the thumbnail access key. And when we pair it all together, we are ready to save the final video details within our database by calling our server action called save video details, to which we can pass the video ID, the thumbnail URL of a thumbnail CDN URL, because we're hosting it on a content delivery network. We want to spread the form data because it actually contains the title, description, visibility, and so on. And duration can be set to video duration. This video duration has to come from the state. So I'll create a new state for the duration at the top by saying use state snippet. I'll call it video duration and set video duration. At the start, set to 0. And then I'll create a new use effect so that whenever the video duration changes, and we can control that through the dependency array, so video.duration, whenever it changes, we want to check if the video.duration is not equal to null or 0. If that is the case, we want to set the video duration to be equal to video.duration. So we don't want to keep the null values right here. And I think we have to put this use effect after we actually declare the video. So it's going to go right here. Okay, so now we have the video duration right here that we're passing over to the save video details. Now I can notice that our video ID has a red squiggly line right here, saying that argument type of unknown is not assignable to the parameter of type string. So why does it think that this video ID that is getting returned from the get video upload URL is not actually a string? We can head over into it, and here we can say that the output of this fetch will be a Bunny video response. That way, it'll know that what we're returning from here actually contains the video ID, so it doesn't complain. It knows that it is of a type string. So if we do this, you can notice that we have a problem right here saying that there's a bit of a mismatch in the video details. I think it's saying that we're missing the tags. So if you head over to the index.d.ts, you'll notice that we're not actually using the tags. So you can just remove them from here. And now that error is gone, but it's complaining about the visibility. Visibility not only needs to be a string, but also one of the two specific values, either private or public. So if I head back over to visibility and just say either public or private or string, I think then we might be good. There we go. So finally, once we upload the video, we should be able to push to that video details page. So I'll use the router functionality right here by getting the router right at the top by saying const router is equal to use router. This is a use router hook, which we have to import from Next navigation. And then after we actually submit the video, we can say router.push. And we want to push over to /video/video ID, which is going to lead us to that video's details page. So what do you say that we give it a shot? Back within our application, we can try filling out these details for the first time and see what happens. We have made so many changes, so I would really not expect it to work on the first try. But who knows? Let's give it a shot. I'll head over to Upload Videos, and you can actually open up the current code folder, head over to Public, Assets, Samples, and then under Samples, you should have access to a couple of videos from JavaScript Mastery, some illustrations from our upcoming courses on Three.js, GSAP, and more. So feel free to use one of the videos from here. I believe this one is talking about Three.js, so I'll upload it. There we go. You can see how it appears right here immediately. You can play it, check it out, change the volume, or open it in full screen. And then for the title, I will say Three.js Animations. And as the description, I'll say a JS Mastery Pro course on Three.js and GSAP. Feel free to type whatever you want in here. We can also upload the thumbnail. So in this case, I'll choose any random thumbnail from here, no matter that it's not a match. You can see that it shows up nicely, and I'll make the video public. And with that, I don't want to be pessimistic, but I will open up the terminal right here. So just in case something goes wrong, I can get the error right here immediately. So let me go ahead and click Upload Video. You can see it says uploading, and we got redirected to the video details page. That is amazing. This is already a very, very good sign. Why? Well, because the redirection is the last step of the last step. So neither one of these functions seem to have failed. That's great. Of course, we don't yet see the video right here, nor we can play it because we didn't implement the UI for it. But the video should be there. Is there a way for us to test it? Well, just head over to Bunny, go to Stream, and open up the library and check this out. We have one video. Its name is not Three.js. Actually, we use the Bunny automatic metadata to create a new title, Mastering 3D Transformations in Three.js, Position, Rotation, and Scale Explained. This is pretty cool. And it even created a full description right here for this video, as well as generated the captions in the English language. All of this is pretty cool, and you can see the video has been uploaded within our GUI, which means that it is actually there. You can also head over to storage, and you'll see that we have uploaded one thumbnail within the thumbnails folder, and that is this one right here. We can't seem to open it, but I believe it should be there. What I care most about though is of course that we have this video right here. So congrats on completing the most significant part of this course, uploading the video. Very, very soon, you'll be able to show that uploaded video right here to the homepage and to your profile page if you're the user who uploaded it. So take a bit of a break. You deserved it. Moving on, before we fetch that video on the homepage, I want to teach you how to make your app even more secure now that we're making all of these very important fetch and server action calls. But more on that in the next lesson. To make our app more secure, we'll use Arcjet. We'll use it to detect bots that want to do harm on our website. We'll use it to rate limit malicious users. We'll use it for email validation so that users that try to log in with some spammy emails cannot get through, and we'll use it to protect against attacks. I'll teach you how to implement all of this within this application so you can secure your every future application from now on. So just click the link down in the description and then sign up for free. Choose your provider, and you'll be redirected to your dashboard. As you can see, I already used Arcjet on our previous project called the subscription tracker, but now I'll create a new site. You can give it a name, something like JSM_Snapcast, and click Create, and you can choose Next.js as our platform. Then click Continue with Next.js, and you'll be redirected to the docs page. First things first, we have to install Arcjet, so just run this command. That is npmi @arcjet/next and @arcjet/inspect. While those are installing, you'll have to set up your ENVs. So head over into your ENVs, create a new one for Arcjet, and call it Arcjet_API_key. and make it equal to the key, which we can get right here from our dashboard. So click create a free account, which will redirect you to the dashboard. And then right here at the top, you can get your API key. So copy it and paste it right here. Once that is done, we don't have to follow the documentation, as I'll teach you how to set it up from scratch. First things first, we'll create a new file within the lib folder, which I'll call arcjet.ts. Within it, we want to create a new single instance of the Arcjet object, and we want to reuse it throughout the rest of the application. This is because the SDK caches decisions and configurations to improve performance. So from here, I will import Arcjet from @arcjet/next, and then we can simply say const aj, as in Arcjet, is equal to Arcjet, to which you can pass a key equal to getEnv, and then you can say Arcjet API key. And for now, I'll pass the rules array as an empty array, because later on we can add additional rules to it. We'll use this instance of Arcjet to secure every part of our application, from authentication to server actions. So let's export it, export default AJ, and then you can head over into our server actions by heading over to lib actions video.ts. Then right here above our first server action and below our two helper functions, we'll create a reusable validator function. And its goal will be to rate limit some of our server actions. Because what malicious users most often do is just spam your application with specific calls. So here, what we want to do is maybe not allow a user to upload more than, let's say, 2 videos a minute or something like that. Because imagine if they spam your database with non-family friendly content. That wouldn't be good, would it? So for that reason and many more, all enterprise applications have rate limiting implemented. So let's define it simply by saying const validate with Arcjet, and I'll make it equal to an asynchronous function that accepts something known as a fingerprint. Not a fingerprinter, a fingerprint of a type string. A fingerprint is something that allows us to connect who is the actor of that request, who is trying to make things happen, and we'll connect it using the ID. So I'll say const rate limit is equal to AJ, so now we're using that instance of Arcjet that we have created before, dot with rule. And here you can provide what kind of rate limiting you want to have. For rate limiting our server actions, I will use a fixed window limit. So I can say fixed window, and you can provide some additional options to it, such as a mode of live, a time window of maybe something like 4 minutes, or it can be 1 minute, it can be whatever you want it to be. Max number of requests per time window. So let's say that maybe we can make 2 requests per 2 minutes, or in this case, that would be 1 request per minute. Since this platform is not about batch uploading tons of videos, but rather uploading 1 video or screen recording, I think 1 per minute should be more than enough. And we can also define the characteristics based off of which we'll do that rate limiting. And we can say fingerprint right here. Perfect. Now, below, we can try to make our typical request by saying const request is equal to await request coming from Arcjet. And then here's where the magic happens. We can say const decision is equal to await rate limit, the one that we created above, dot protect. And what are we protecting? Well, the request that a user is trying to make, and we can also connect the fingerprinting options right here at the end. Finally, if a decision is that the request is denied for whatever reason, most likely because the rate limit has been exceeded, we can throw a new error saying rate limit exceeded. And now we can add this validator function wherever we want. In this case, let's say that we want to add it to the save video details server action to secure the upload. Here, we can take this user ID and pass it as a fingerprint, so a single user can only make 1 request per minute, or I think we can maybe make it to 2 per minute, as 1 is a bit limiting. Once we do that, right below getting the user ID, we can simply say await, validate with Arcjet, which is the call to this function we created, and then we pass in the user ID. It is as simple as that. So that is how you can add additional protections to any one of your server actions or database calls or functions that you're calling from within your application. We'll test it out later on, but for now, I want to teach you how to protect any of our pages from bot attacks. And to do that, we'll head over into the middleware.ts file, because middleware gets called whenever we make any kind of request. So right here below this middleware function, I will create a new function called validate, and I'll make it equal to aj.withRule, and we can call shield right here coming from Arcjet and pass to it an object that says mode is set to live. And what shield does is pretty crazy, to be honest. It protects your application against most common attacks, including the OWASP Top 10. This is a standard awareness document for developers and web application security, and it includes the most common risks, such as different types of injections, cross-site scripting, and more. And you can also chain additional rules to it by saying that with rule. For example, we can detect different bots. You can import this from Arcjet again and pass in on options of mode live. And you can also now decide which bots do you want to allow and which ones you want to disallow, because not every bot is malicious. For example, you want to allow bots like a category of search engine, and there's also this Google crawler bot. So you want to allow these bots while at the same time disallowing malicious ones. And to turn this on, you can just say export default create middleware, and we need to import this create middleware. So I'll say import create middleware coming from @arcjet/next and pass the validate function we created just into it. And that's it. This will automatically turn the shield protection, which analyzes every request to your application to detect suspicious activity, as well as the bot detection. Now I'll show you how we can test this later on right within our application, so you see the outputs and decisions that AJ makes and which requests it blocks and which it passes through. But for now, I want to add it to just one more part of our application, and that is Auth. So head over into App, API, Auth, All Route. Now within this file, we'll secure our app in two more ways. The first one is through email validation. What does that mean? Well, if a user uses some kind of a spammy email or an email that has not been verified or a temporary email, we're not gonna let them pass. You know, there are a lot of these temporary email sites where you can just enter your email, copy it, and then create a free subscription maybe to your app, but not anymore. Now you're gonna block them. And the second one is rate limiting. Yep, here as well, we'll implement rate limiting, but this time with a different algorithm. Instead of just having a fixed window of time, we'll implement a sliding window. I'll explain more as we get into it. So let's actually create a new function, const email validation, and I'll say that's equal to aj dot with rule. And here we simply want to validate email, pass a mode of live, and then pass some additional options, such as what we want to block. In this case, it'll be disposable emails. We also want to block invalid emails, and finally, emails with no MX records. Alongside the email validation, we can also set the rate limits. So I'll say const rate limit is equal to aj dot with rule. This time we'll implement a sliding window algorithm. And what a sliding window does is it tracks the number of requests made by a client over a sliding window, so that window moves with time. This is useful to avoid stampede problems of the fixed window. It's basically a bit more smoother rate limiting, preventing the user from making a burst of requests at the start of the window and then being blocked for the rest of the window. So we can also pass a mode of live, an interval of, let's say, 2 minutes, a max of 2. So in this case, we allow the user to log in 2 times in a 2-minute window, as well as characteristics, we're going to do it using the fingerprint method, same as before. And now that we have created those two new rules, right below it, I will create a new const protected auth function, which is going to be an asynchronous function that accepts a request of a type next request, and it'll return a promise with an Arcjet decision. Here, I can get access to the currently logged in user through a session. So I'll say session is equal to await auth.api.getSession, and we can pass the headers equal to rec.headers, so we know which user is currently logged in. Then we can define an empty variable of a type string called user ID, and then if a session (user (ID) exists, then we want to set the user ID to be equal to session.user.id. Else, we will simply set the user ID to be equal to the current IP address. So I'll say IP, and this is coming from Arcjet, so I will import it right here at the top. Import IP coming from @Arcjet/IP. And here you can pass the current request, or by default, set it to 127.0.0.1, which I believe is the default IP which Arcjet uses if no other IP is provided. Then we can check if rec.nextURL.pathname.starts with /API/auth/sign in. That means that somebody's trying to, well, sign in, right? So we can get access to the body of that request by awaiting the request.clone.json. And then we can check if type of body.email is equal to a string. In that case, we can return email validation.protect. We pass in the request and we pass in the email coming from body.email. So here we're turning on that email validation that we specified above. And then outside of that if, we can also just return rate limit.protect this request with the fingerprint, this time equal to the user ID that's trying to log in. So a single user will not be able to log in multiple times, at least not in this sliding window. Finally, right below this, we can say const auth handlers is equal to Next.js handler. And this one is coming from better auth, so we don't need this one at the top if there was one. And to it, we need to provide the auth.handler. Below it, we have this get request. And finally, we want to export a new post request from auth, where we try to make a regular request of next request. And here is where we'll actually call this protected auth, which basically acts as a middleware that accepts the request and then makes a decision. So I'll say const decision is equal to await protected auth, to which we pass the request. Then if a decision is denied, in that case, it could be for a few reasons. Maybe decision.reason.isEmail. In that case, we can throw a new error and say email validation failed. Else if maybe decision.reason.isRateLimit. In that case, we can throw another new error saying something like rate limit exceeded. And finally, else if, or just if in this case, maybe decision.reason.isShield is the case. And in that case, we'll throw a new error saying something like shield turned on, protected against malicious actions. Perfect. And finally, below this if, we have to return auth handlers dot post and then put this request right within it. So with that in mind, we are now securing our authentication as well with email validation, rate limiting, and shielding against the most common malicious attacks. So now that we've implemented Arcjet in a couple of places within our app, Let's check it out in action. The first thing we're doing here is making sure that temporary, dummy, or unverified emails cannot create accounts. Right now, this doesn't help us a lot with this specific application as we have sign in with Google, but if you wanted to implement email and password authentication, then that's gonna be crucial to not have some dummy users coming in. Next, there is rate limiting, and it'll prevent users from making repeated logging attempts. Specifically, we've set the limit to 2 login attempts within 2 minutes. So if you try to log in and out twice within that period, the third login attempt will be blocked and you will get a rate limit exceeded error. So let's see whether that happens. I'll sign in for the first time. There we go, we're in. And I'll also log in for the second time. And we're in. And now third time's the charm. If you click that button for the third time, you'll see that our application is throwing an error saying rate limit exceeded right here. Of course, we would need to more graciously catch that in our application so we can display a little pop-up saying you've exceeded your login limit. And this is once again to help prevent the bots. Right on your dashboard, you'll be able to see that your application is protected and that there are 3 errors that happened. Or rather, there were some decisions that Arcjet made to protect our application. In this case, I clicked the button 3 times and I got rate limited. So if you click right here, you can notice that we have exceeded the max reset time. And if you just waited 2 more seconds, I would have been able to dive right into it. And here it's telling us based off of which rule we got denied. So if you try it out one more time, you can see that now we're officially logged in. But besides just rate limiting the logins, we have also rate limited the ability to upload more than 2 videos within a minute. We don't necessarily have to go ahead and test this, but you can trust me that the output will be the same. We're only allowing the users to upload what we believe is a normal amount of videos to our website. And on top of the email validation and rate limiting, if you head back over to your project and head over to the middleware file, you'll notice that we're also adding additional validation and security throughout the entirety of the application. Why? Well, because it's within the middleware, and middleware runs before any other page is called. In this case specifically, we're testing for the shield functionality, which, as I mentioned, protects us from 10 most common malicious attacks, and then we also added the detect capabilities. Now, I'm not a hacker, so testing against these to actually get Arcjet to block this is super hard because we really have to act as malicious users or act as bots. So that's something that we can definitely consider testing for later on. It could be a little lesson on how to try to break your application. Oh, I couldn't wait until later. I just wanted to test it out and check this out. We're hitting errors left and right, which means that Arcjet is successfully blocking the bots. Now, how was I able to achieve it and how you can test it on your end as well? Well, let me show you. If you head back over to your middleware.ts file, you'll notice that here we're checking and validating for bots. But above, we had this middleware, which was always redirecting to sign in. And even if we tried to test it on sign in, that also wasn't working because this middleware isn't running at all on the sign in page. So the only way in which you can test it out right now is by commenting out the middleware, opening up our terminal. So to test that, we can make a curl request. curl-v localhost 3000. Now here, we're not acting as a malicious user, but we are a bot because we're making this request from a terminal using curl and not from the browser. So we're definitely not a regular user wanting to use the app in the regular way. So if I press enter, you'll notice that we get connection to host localhost left intact, code 403 forbidden. So what this means, if you head over to Arcjet, you'll notice that it denied it for the reason that we are a curl bot, which means that the Arcjet implementation is now successful. And of course, this will be super useful for our public pages where we don't have the middleware where it's redirecting us to sign in. But for the time being, I'll bring us back to the middleware page that we had before. If we decide to implement some additional pages, this will come in handy. Great. To fetch all the real videos for our homepage, we need to head over to the video.ts file and create a server action that'll now not create or save the video details, but rather fetch all of the videos from the database. So let's create it by saying export const get all videos, and we'll wrap it with the with error handling handler, and I'll say async, and we can make this inner function accept some of the parameters that'll help us paginate over all of the different videos. So we'll apply a search query, which can be of a type string, by default set to an empty string. And since we'll have a few more of these, I'll actually put it each in a new line, something like this. Next, we'll have sort filter, optional of a type string, maybe a page number that we're currently on. It's going to be of a type number, by default set to 1, as well as a page size, also of a type number, by default set to 8. So maybe we're displaying 8 videos per page. So why do we have all of these right here? Well, that's because once we visit the homepage, we can apply optional query parameters. For example, we can say that search query is equal to test. And if we do that, then we can automatically use these search params from the URL to sort, filter, or paginate our videos. So we can maybe say that the page number is equal to 2, and based off of this variable, we can then paginate them. So that's why we want to make this server action immediately super reusable in all of these different scenarios. So within here, first things first, we want to get the currently logged in user. So say const current user ID, and we need to get this to be able to figure out which videos do we display for this user. So this will be equal to await auth.api.getSession, and we need to pass over the headers equal to await headers, just like this. And this will be resolved with a user. So we can say const user, but then below it, we can say const user ID, or we can call it the current user ID, will be equal to user !user.id. Oh, this actually brings us back the session, not the user. So I'll say session !user.id. Now we need to sort the base visibility, either public or owned by the current user. So I'll say const visibility condition is equal to or, and this or is coming directly from Drizzle ORM. And then to it, we can say that the visibility condition has to be equal to, so EQ from Drizzle ORM, either where the videos dot visibility is set to public, or if the videos dot user ID is set to the current user ID, like this. So that's when we can actually see the videos. So we could actually rename this visibility condition to can see the videos, or maybe videos to be shown to this current user that's currently viewing the homepage. So one more time, they either have to be created by this user or they have to be set to public. If they're private videos by another user, then this user should not be able to see them. Next, we can also search by title. So I'll say const where condition is equal to search query dot trim. And if a search query exists, then we want to say and from Drizzle ORM and attach the can see the videos. And now that we know that which videos we're searching for, we can then check whether the title matches the search query. So I'll say does title match? This is coming from a utils. And to it, we need to pass the videos we're searching for as well as the search query. Perfect. So we're matching those two conditions right here. And if we don't have access to the search query, then we just want to match by the can see videos, just like this. Finally, now that we have these two conditions that'll filter out the videos, we can get access to the total number of videos so we can paginate over them. So I'll say const destructure the total count and make it equal to await db dot select the total count, which will be of a type SQL number, and then count everything like this. And we want to get it from videos where we match the where condition. Perfect. So now we're getting the total count, and we can turn that total count into the number of total videos by saying total videos is equal to and we'll just take a number constructor and wrap the total count with it, or set it to 0 by default. And then based off the total number of videos, we can create a total number of pages. So I'll say total pages is equal to math.ceil total videos over page size. So if we have 16 videos and if the page size is 8, that means that total pages will be set to 2. And finally, we want to fetch the paginated sorted video results. So I'll say const video records is equal to await build video with user query. And this is a new helper function that I want to create so we can reuse it later on. What this will do is not only return the videos to us, but also join the users that created them. So I'll create this new callback function right at the top under helper functions by saying const build video with user query, and we can just make it automatically return a db.select where video will be set to videos, user. From it, we want to select the ID equal to user ID, the name equal to user.name, and the image equal to user.image. We want to take this from videos, and then we want to left join the user where EQ equality videos.userid is equal to user.id. And where is this user coming from? Well, we can import it right from our schemas. So just say user and get it from @/drizzle schema. Perfect. Now, if we head down, we're now building this query right here. And on it, we can call the .where the where condition that we pass in. And we can also apply some sorting where I'll say .order by sort filter that we have created above. So if a sort filter exists, then we want to get order by clause, and you can import it from utils. And to it, we need to pass the sort filter. Or if we don't have any sort filters, then we can just trigger an SQL search right here, where we'll sort it based on videos created at in a descending order, just like this. We're also going to limit the amount of videos per page to the page size that we have set before. And we also want to offset it, so .offset by page number -1 times the page size. So what is this? Well, this is how we implement pagination. If the page number is 2, we want to decrease it by 1 because we're already viewing that page, and multiply it by the number of elements per page. So if we're currently viewing the second page, that is 2 minus 1 is 1 times 8. So we want to skip the initial 8 and then move over to the second 8. And finally, now that we have all of these video records and pagination details, we can return it all within an object by saying videos. We can rename it to video records, pagination, and here we can pass the current page equal to page number. We can pass the total pages, the total videos, and the page size. And this will now allow us to call the server action right from our homepage. So head over into the homepage. That's going to be root right here. And instead of rendering the dummy cards, we can fetch the actual videos. So right here at the top, I'll first get access to the search params of the page we're on. So destructure the search params, and this will be of a type search params. Then we want to destructure the important things from search params, such as a query, a filter, and a page that we're currently on, and that's going to be equal to await search params. It's so simple to do it in Next.js. Since we added await, we have to also add async right here at the start, and then we can call the await get all videos server action, to which we need to pass a query, a filter, and a number constructor, which will turn this page into a number, or by default, we can make it 1. If we call it with all the right parameters, we can now destructure the videos as well as the pagination details directly from that server action call, which means that now we should be able to just map over those video cards not by using the dummy cards, but this time using the real details. So right here, I will remove this part for now, and I'll say, if videos (length) is greater than 0, in that case, we want to open up a new block where we'll render a section that'll have a class name equal to video grid. So we don't need this video grid right here. Rather, this is the first section that'll be a video grid. Next, if we don't have any videos, in that case, we can render an empty div that says empty. Now let's indent this a bit better. To be able to see this one video that we have on our dashboard, we can render videos 0.video.title. And check it out, we have a video called 3JS animations. At least I do. But now what would happen if we didn't have any videos? If the user has just joined for the first time and nobody else uploaded anything? In web and mobile applications, these are called empty states. So if I, for now, set this video length to greater than 2 maybe, and we don't have more than 2 videos, then we'll just see this empty state. And instead of a simple text that says empty, let's actually create a nice reusable empty state component. I'll do that by creating a new component within the components folder, and I'll call it empty state.tsx. I'll run rafce, and we'll make it reusable. So I'll actually make it accept a couple of props, such as an icon that we want to display, a title. So if we're in the home page, we can display empty homepage, but if we're in the profile page, we can say you don't have any videos yet, and then a description. And these are going to be of a type empty state props. After that, we can turn this into a section that'll have a class name equal to empty-state. We can render a div right within it that'll have an image with a source of icon. So we'll render the icon we're passing from the home page, an alt tag of icon with a width of about 46 and a height of about 46 as well. And then below it, we can render another div that'll have an h1 of title, and it'll also have a p tag of description. And you know what? Since those two are related or adjacent, we can actually turn this into a little article. So semantically, it makes a bit more sense. So now that we have created this component, we can head back over to page and just render this reusable empty state component right here. But of course, we have to pass some stuff to it. So we have to pass the icon, title, and description. So for the icon, I'll just say assets, icons, video.svg. For the title, I will pass no videos found. And for the description, I'll say try adjusting your search and close it right here. If you do this and head back, you'll see that now we have a bit of a nicer looking card that says no videos found. Pretty cool, right? But in this case, we actually have a video. So we should map over all of those videos and display a great looking video card for each one of them, not just the title. So we can do that by saying videos.map, and we get access to each video that'll look like this. And don't forget to automatically return something out of it. So I'll close it and return right here. And what I'll return is going to be the video card, self-closing component. Now, the way that we structured the backend, the video is not actually here. We have to destructure the video to be able to extract it out of it, because next to it, we also get the user. So now you can pass a key to this video card of video.id, and we'll also need to pass all of the other properties to it. So we can try by just destructuring all of the video properties, but we'll also need to pass some user properties, such as user img is equal to user .image or an empty string. And we'll also have to pass the username, which will be equal to user .name, or we can maybe do something like a guest. Let's actually put this into multiple lines so we can better see what's happening. There we go. And now our video card is complaining just a bit. It's saying that it is missing, let's see what, a thumbnail. So where is the thumbnail coming from? I think within the video, we declare it as thumbnail URL. So here we should say thumbnail is equal to video.thumbnail URL. And now it's getting everything it needs. So if we go back right here, you'll notice that for the first time, we're trying to render an image that is not coming from our local system. Rather, it has actually been hosted on the internet. So you can copy this host name right here, coming from Bunny, and you'll have to head over to next.config.ts and add images, which will be an object where you can define remote patterns, which is an array, and then you can define the first remote pattern. Maybe you can set it as host name, and then you can set it to what you copied it from right here. For you, it's going to be different. So give it a host name, also give it a protocol of HTTPS, a port of empty, and a path name of just / anything. Then, if you reload your application in the terminal, back on localhost 3000, you'll be able to see the first video that we have uploaded. This thumbnail is real and is coming directly from Bunny. And of course, what matters most is that behind it somewhere, we're actually hiding a real video that we uploaded. Of course, for now, that's not going to really cut it, because to be able to see it, we have to display it on its dedicated video details page, which we will do soon. But this is so great to see, because now we're not only uploading our videos with Bunny and securing the platform with Arcjet, but we're also fetching that video and we can see it here. Or at least it's card for now, but if the card is there, then it must also have a video URL, which we will display soon. So let's do that next. To create the video details page, you can head over back to the video.ts file. Yep, we'll be spending some more time right here creating a server action not to fetch all the videos, but this time to fetch the video details of a single upload. So I'll create a new export const and I'll call it getVideo_by_ID. I'll wrap it with the withError handler, and that'll be an async function which accepts one single parameter. I think you already know what it is. It's the video ID of a type string. So within it, we can say const and then destructure a single video record out of the array of records that we're going to get back, because we want to get a single one here. And I'll say await build videos with user query. So here we're not only fetching the video, but also the user. So I'll say .where eq, so equal videos.id with the video ID, like this. So we're basically saying, hey, give me this specific video details. And then we simply want to return that video record. Perfect. Now, if we head back over to the video details page, so that's the one where we have the ID, video ID right here, and we want to get access to that ID right here through params. So you can destructure params and say it's of a type params. Now, why is it params and not search params? Well, the difference is that with search params, you would have something like this: URL question mark, and then maybe page is equal to 2, and maybe filter is equal to ascending, like this. But with params, it actually looks like this: URL / and then a specific ID, like 123, which you can get access through params. So in this case, we're trying to access a specific resource, so that is params. So we can destructure the video ID, and that is equal to await params. Now, why is it video ID? Well, that's because we call this dynamic page right here, video ID. Then we can make a call by destructuring the user and the video from await getVideo_by_ID, to which we need to pass the video ID. If there is no video, in that case, we can just redirect over to 404. Else, we can start focusing on returning that video details. But to return it, we'll need to have an iframe component that'll actually render the video. So I'll create a new component within the components folder, and I'll call it a video player.tsx, and I'll run RAFCE right here. And now we can try to import that video player as a self-closing component. And to it, we need to pass the video ID equal to video.id. Now, if you save this and go back right here, you'll see the video player. And just so we know whether we're getting the correct data from the video, we can console log it, but we can also maybe just render an H1 that'll have a class name equal to text-2xl. And we can maybe render the video title. So I'll say video.title. And now if you head back, you can see the title of this video. But what matters more is actually rendering it. So let's put this video player within a section that'll have a class name equal to video details. And then within it, we can display a div that'll have a class name equal to content. And just within it, we can display this video player. Perfect. So if you save this, it's still here and it's waiting to be displayed. So let's head over into the video player component and let's implement it by simply returning a single iframe with a source equal to create iframe link. This is coming from libutils, to which we need to provide the video ID. And this video ID, as we saw, is coming through props. So video ID, and this is of a type video player props. Now, alongside passing the source to this component, we can also pass some other information, such as set the loading to lazy. We can also pass over the title equal to video player for now. We can pass the style equal to border 0 and z index of 50, so it appears over other elements if needed. We can also allow full screen, and we can also allow some things that are going to be useful on mobile devices, such as the accelerometer, gyroscope, autoplay, and encrypted media. Gyroscope will be useful if the users on mobile want to just rotate their screen and see it in full screen. And we can also allow something called picture in picture, so that people can keep playing the video even if they go visit another page. Oh, and let's actually wrap this iframe within a div. And we can give this div a class name equal to video player, like that. So now if you go back, you'll see a nice looking centrally located 404. Let's see if the ID that we're passing in is actually a good ID. So below the H1, I'll also just try to render the ID to see whether we're accessing it the right way. So I'll say video.id right here. And it looks like we are getting an ID that seems to be the one belonging to Bunny. If you head over to Bunny once again to stream, you'll be able to see your video. And you can also see its ID right here, ending in 47A. But this doesn't seem to be the one. This is the ID of the video stored in the database, but instead we should be comparing it with the video ID stored in Bunny. So that's going to be .video ID, like this. So if I go back now, you can see that it matches 47A, but we still get a 404. The reason we're getting a 404 is because if you check the iframe create iframe link utility function, here I have hard-coded a random Bunny library ID. But instead, we need to grab a new one coming from our envs. So head in here and take a look at your envs, and you'll see that our current Bunny library ID is a bit different. For me, it's 421774. For you, it's going to be a bit different. So whatever it is, just update this number right here to your Bunny library ID. And as soon as you do this and reload, you'll be able to see your video appear right here. You might want to mute it in case you uploaded the same video that I have, because you'll be able to hear me 2 times. So this is perfect. We got the video playing. Now, alongside the video, we can also style the header just a tiny bit. So head over back to your code and create a new component. I'll call it the video detail header. So video detail header .tsx run RAFCE, and then we can import it right within the video details page. Here, instead of these two H1s, video detail header as a self-closing component. To it, we can spread all of the properties of a video, just like this, and we can head over into it and accept those props. So I will simply accept everything we need. The video contains the title, the created ad, the user image, the username, the video ID, the owner ID, visibility, whether it's public or private, and a thumbnail URL. We're getting all of these things coming from the video. So that's going to be video, detail, header, props. And now we can put them to use. First, I will wrap everything in a header component because that's exactly what we're developing. And I'll give it a class name equal to detail-header. Within it, I'll create an aside component and I'll give it a class name equal to user-info. So if I do this, I'll collapse it just a bit so we can see what's happening over here. And within that aside, I'll render an H1 that'll render the title. There we go. That's already looking better. Below the title, we can render a figure, and within it, we can render a button. And within that button, we can render an image with the source of a user IMG, or just an empty string if it doesn't exist, with an alt tag of user, a width of 24, a height of 24, and a class name equal to rounded-full. So we can close it right here and save it. And now you can see that an image is trying to appear right here, but right now it looks like the user image is empty. That's because this user image is actually coming from the user's part. So I'll say user img is equal to user ?image, and user name is also coming from the user part. So I'll say user ?name. And also the owner ID, I believe, owner ID can be equal to video.user ID. So this is not exactly the same like user ID. So we have to declare it specifically like this. And now we're trying to render the image from Google and we have to add it to the host name. So copy this host name right here and then head over to next config and add a second remote pattern by duplicating this one and add the host name you copied from here. Or alternatively, you can just say host name is anything, and that'll allow the images from all hosts. So if you do that, you'll be able to see a little JavaScript mastery icon right here, or in your case, something else. Then we can give this button an on click, and we simply want to push over to that user's profile. So I'll get access to the router functionality. Router is equal to use router coming from Next Navigation. And I'll say router.push, and I'm going to push to /profile/owner ID to see who created this video. And since we use the router here, we'll have to turn this component into a client render component. So I'll say use client right at the top. Perfect. And I think we can use this button on our navigation bar as well, because right now we still have a dummy photo here. So I'll head over to our nav bar. And I believe that here we are rendering this dummy image. Yep, we're already doing the same thing. So what I'll do is I'll just modify this. Now we actually have the user stored under session. So we need to extract that user by saying const destructured data and rename it as session, which is equal to auth client dot use session. And we can extract the user from that session dot user. And we can remove this fake user now. And instead we can point to /profile / and then that's going to be the $, curly braces, user.id. And we can replace the dummy photo with the user.image right here. And now if you click here, it's going to point you to your for now, dummy profile page. And if you click here, same thing happens. So let's go back to the video details header and let's style it a bit more. Just below this self-closing image, we can render an H2, and I will render either the username, or if the username doesn't exist, I will simply say guest. So now we can see Three.js animations. Who was it created by? It is JavaScript Mastery, and it is clickable and pointing to the profile. Now we can exit this button and we can open up a Fig caption. And here we can render a span that'll render a class name with a margin top of 1. And here you can just render some kind of a dash, or maybe even some kind of a circle that looks like this. Once you do that, after that, you can render dynamically days ago and then pass created at. So this will now say JavaScript Mastery. This is maybe not the best separator I was looking for. I was looking for something like this. So now it makes sense. Title, profile, and then when you created it. Also, this is super important. Outside of this aside, we can create the other side. So I'll also call it aside, and I'll give it a class name equal to CTA, call to action. And we want to create another button that will allow to copy the URL of this video. So I'll render an image with a source of /assets, /icons, /link.svg with an alt tag of copy link, a width of about 24 and a height of about 24, and that'll look like this. This button will have an on click and it'll call the handle copy link function, which we can declare just above. Const handle copy link is equal to a callback function where we use JavaScript Navigator to get access to the clipboard, and we want to write some text into the clipboard. And the text that we will write is going to be the current location in the browser. So that's going to be window.location.origin /video / and then the video ID. That way, we'll be able to share it with somebody else as well. And we can also set copied to be set to true. This is a state that I want to create called copied and set copied. At the start, set to false, so that later on, once we click on it and switch it to true, we can then display that on the button to indicate to the user that it has been copied. So here, where we have the link, I will say if copied is true, then I will render a different asset. I will render /assets /images /checked.png, else we'll render this assets thing that I have right here. So if I save it and click it, you can see that now it turns checked. Of course, we'll have to bring it back to the original state after a couple of seconds. So I'll create a new use effect, and we will only call it when the copied state has changed. I'll check if copied is true, then we will set copied to false, but we want to do it after some time. So I'll open up the set timeout, and we will do it after maybe 2000 milliseconds, just like this. And this set timeout has to be declared within a function. So I'll say const change checked like this. And then in the use effect, you can also perform a cleanup, which makes sure to remove these timeouts that are no longer used. So I'll say return clear timeout, and then to it, you have to provide the name or the timeout that you actually stored in there, which is going to be change checked in this case. Oh, and I think I forgot to actually provide a callback function for this. So to properly clear it, you have to define it as an output of a callback function. So now if you click it one more time, wait for 1 and then 2 seconds, it properly gets cleared and it still has been copied to the clipboard. Great. Now let's see what else do we have here. So we have added this copy button right within the CTA div. On mobile, it appears right here, but on desktop, you can see it right here on the right side and it looks even better. So here we have the title and the author, and on the right side, you can copy the URL. And if you try to share it with your friend, you'll notice that that won't quite work. And that's because I again made the same mistake. I was redirecting to the Bunny ID, but this time we actually need the other one. We needed the database ID, ending in B1B. Whereas this one here is ending in the Bunny ID 47A. So if I head back over to here and see what that copies, it copies the video ID, but instead it should have been just the ID. So let's make sure that we're actually passing it into the video detail header. I think we are. So I'll just destructure the ID and I'll pass it here. Now, if you reload, copy it and navigate over to it, you'll notice that now whoever you share this link to can also access this video. And Bunny's video player is super nice. You can modify the volume, pause and play, of course, but you also have closed captions. So it actually recognized all the captions from my voice. It transcribed the video, and you can also switch between different languages if you selected automatic transcriptions. You also have different qualities and speed, everything you might need, as well as open it within a small video player. But let's get back to the main one. So now that this video details page is looking great, what do we have to do next? Well, we are now able to see the video that we have uploaded, but what do you say that we focus on the main functionality of this application, which is the ability to record the video on the fly? So let's do that next. Okay, so now we're getting to the main functionalities of the app. I mean, you could technically say that the main functionalities have been implemented. Database, authentication, video upload, but it's this little part that will now be built on top of all of the infrastructure that we have implemented that'll truly make it shine. This little pop-up that allows you to record your screen and voice and then share it super easily. So let's make it happen. Within the video kit down below, I shared the use screen recording hook, which is a hook that'll help us make it happen. So just copy it and then create a new file under lib hooks and call it use screen recording.ts and then paste what we just copied. If we collapse a couple of functions that we have here, such as this use effect, handle recording stop, start recording, and stop recording, as well as the reset recording, I think you'll very easily see what this hook is all about. It manages the state of the recording, such as whether we are actively recording or not, the recorded blob, which is the actual video that has been recorded up to this point, the video URL, if we have uploaded it, and then the recording duration. And then to keep track of all of it, we're actually using references. Then we're taking a look at the state of the recorded video, whether it's currently recording or not, and we can either start it, stop it, or reset it. For example, to start the recording, we first want to stop the previous one, of course, get access to the media streams. So this is what I want to share with you. Get media streams leads us to this utility function where you can see how we're making this happen. First, we have to get a display stream. This is the one for the video. And you do it by using the navigator JavaScript object to access the media devices, and then you call a method called getDisplayMedia. And you do the same thing for audio. Once you have those, you just connect them together and we get access to the audio, which we then combine with the video, which means that we are actively recording until we press stop. So here we have the stop recording right here, where we do some cleanup and set state to is recording is false. So now we can create a new screen called record screen, which is going to be under components, record screen.tsx, and we can run RAFCE. We can add this record screen right within the header component. Here, where we have the record a video button, you can see it here. Well, we'll actually take this div, copy it, and replace it with a record screen self-closing component like this. And then within it, we can actually render this div that renders the record button, kind of separating the logic of record into its own component. So now if you come back here, this button is actually within the record component, allowing us to deal with all of the logic right here. So first things first, we have to create a state for a modal. Yep, once we click record, we want to open up a modal to allow users to choose some options. So obviously, this will have to be a client render component. So I'll give it a use client directive right at the top. Then I'll create a new state by using the use state snippet, and I'll say is open, set is open, at the start set to false. We'll also have to get access to the ref of this video that we're recording. So I'll say const video ref is equal to use ref, import that from React, of a type HTML video element, and at the start equal to null. That's how it's going to look like. And we'll also need to navigate once we actually record it. So I'll say const router is equal to use router coming from next navigation. Once you import all of these right at the top, we're good to go. Right here on this button, alongside just a class name of primary BTN, I'll give it an on click, which is going to call a callback function, and it'll set is open to true, opening up our modal. Next, we can go below this button and we can say if is open. In that case, we can render a new section, and this section will have a class name equal to dialog, and we can render a div that'll have a class name of overlay record, and on click of that overlay, we actually want to close the modal. So let's create a quick function, const close modal, which is equal to a regular function where we set is open to false. Oh, and here we also want to reset the recording. And thankfully, we have already created a reset recording function, which is coming from the use screen recording hook. So I'll say const destructure something and make it equal to the call of the use screen recording hook. And here we get access to the reset recording functionality. As a matter of fact, we can get everything that we're exposing right here from this use screen recording, and that is the entirety of the state, which means recorded blob, video URL, and duration, all of these things right here, as well as the functions to start, stop, and reset the recording. So let's get access to all of those. The first one is recording, recorded blob, if we're done with the recording, recorded video URL, recording duration. Then we have the start recording, stop recording, and finally reset recording, coming from use screen recording. So if we close the modal, we can then reset the recording, but we can also maybe create a function to handle the start of the recording. So that'll be equal to handle start, which is an async function, which simply calls the start recording function. And maybe we want to start recording again. So if that is the case, I'll say const record again is equal to an async function where we first reset the recording and just start it again. So wait, start recording. And if a recorded video URL and the video ref .current exist, then we want to attach that video URL to that video ref by saying video ref .current .source or src is equal to recorded video URL, just to record over it one more time. Perfect. So now we have all of these functions which we can use right within our code. I'll just collapse them so it's easier to see. And then on click of this overlay record, we can simply call the close modal function. Then within it, we can display the actual dialog content. So that's a div that says dialog content. And within it, we can display a figure that'll have an H3 and it'll simply say screen recording. So if we collapse it and click record a video, you should already be able to see a little screen recording pop-up appear at the top. And if you click outside, it'll actually go away. So this is good, and we can continue styling it. Right below this screen recording, I'll render a button, and this button will simply allow us to close the modal. So I'll give it a source of icons dot close with an alt tag of close, a width of 20, and a height of 20 as well. So now if you open it, you can close it. At least you'll be able to once we give it an on click of close modal. And there you have it. Now we can close it or open it. But of course, what matters is below this screen recording header. So let's head below the figure and let's render a section. If is recording is true, in that case, we want to render an article or a div that'll have some empty div for some spacing, and then a span that'll say recording in progress. Else, if we're not currently recording, but if a recorded video URL exists, that means that we have already recorded a video. In that case, we just want to render a video tag with a ref equal to video ref and a source equal to recorded video URL, and give it some controls so we can move it around. But if we're not currently recording and we don't have a recorded video URL, then we can just display something else, which is a p tag that says click record to start capturing your screen. And if I save this, of course, that's what you can see right now because we're neither recording nor we have finished the recording. So below this section, let's create a div that'll have a class name equal to record box. And only if it's not is recording and it's not recorded video URL, in that case, we want to display a button that'll have an on click that simply handles the start of the recording. It'll also have a class name to make it unique called record start. And within it, we can simply display an image that'll have a source of icons dot record with an alt tag of record, a width of 16, a height of 16, and after the image, we can just say record. There we have it. Nice record button. But now, just below it, I'll say if is recording is true, then we want to change it. Instead, I want to show a button, another one. As a matter of fact, I can copy this button right here and paste it below. This button will stop the recording and it'll say record stop, and it can render the same icon. That's okay. And still within that button, below the image, we can say stop recording. And let's make sure to properly end that button right here. Perfect. Oh, I think we are not closing something properly. We have this record box. Yep, we're closing that here. This button is being closed as well. The image. Oh, I think this has to be below the button. There we go. So now it says record. And if I press it, take a look at this. It's actually asking me what I would like to share. Maybe one of my tabs, maybe the entire window, or maybe the entire screen. Perfect. I'm not going to do it yet though, and you can see that there's one issue happening right here with the permission denied. But first, I want to finish off the rest of the setup right here. Below the is recording, I want to show what happens if we have recorded the video. So here, I can say if a recorded video URL exists, then I want to render an empty React fragment within which I'll have the button that'll say on click, record again if they want to, with a class name equal to record again. And this one will simply say record again. And below this button, I'll render another button that'll have an on click equal to go to upload with a class name of record upload. And it can simply render an image within it with a source of icons dot upload with an alt tag of upload, a width of 16, a height of 16 as well, and we can say continue to upload. Of course, we have to create this go to upload function. So let me just create it right above. Const go to upload. For now, I will leave it empty, just like this. There we go. So what do you say that we test it out? First things first, I'll head over to the desktop mode, as you're actually supposed to record your screen on desktop, not on mobile. And we want to center this modal, of course. Currently, it's stuck at the top left. So let's see how we're positioning it right here. Record screen. It's being used within the header. And it's here below the link within the aside. I think it's at the top. Let's check it out in code. If you head over to the record screen and scroll a bit up from where we were, you can see that this overlay record was supposed to be an absolute class, which means that we don't have to put anything within it. It's just there. So we can actually self-close this div right here, and then we don't need to close it at the bottom or put any elements within it. So I'll remove one of the closing divs right here, and that'll actually move it to the middle of the screen. Perfect. Now, if I click record, you'll see that it actually gives me the possibility to record a tab, a window, or the entire screen. In this case, I'll select this Figma tab and click share. Now, on my browser, I see this overlay, and it actually brought me to this screen immediately, so I can go ahead and share some stuff about it. And then if I go back, it actually says recording in progress, and I can click stop recording. Take a look at this. It actually shows me the video that I have recorded right here, and it also caught the volume. So it was also recording my audio, and if I'm not mistaken, if you share the tab, not the browser or an app or the entire desktop, then it's also gonna pick the audio of your app, which is pretty cool. So yeah, now you can choose whether you wanna record again. There we go. It automatically clears it and allows you to do another recording, or you can just continue over to upload. So this is the last thing that now we have to do, and that is to implement this continue to upload function. The goal of that function is, of course, to navigate us over to our upload form, and we can do that very easily just by doing a router.push pointing to the upload. But we also need to store the current blob or the current video that we have recorded up to this point somewhere in the browser so we can then use it later on. So I'll say if there is no recorded blob, we're just going to exit this function. There's nothing for us to upload. But if there is, we want to extract the URL of that created recorded blob by saying URL.createObjectURL of the recorded blob. Then we want to set it into the session storage. So I'll say session storage.setItem. I'll call it a recorded video, and then we can provide all of the details within it, such as json.stringify, an object where we have a URL, a name of the video, which I'll call screen-recording.webm, a type, which will be a recorded blob.type, a size of recorded blob.size, and duration, which will be equal to recording duration or maybe 0 if something went wrong, just so we know it's a number. Now, in this case, we just provide the stringified JSON object as a second parameter. We don't need to wrap it in yet another object. So I can just remove it from here. And you can see that now the warnings are gone. And after we push, we just want to close the modal. So let's give it a shot. I'll go back here and I'll click continue to upload. Currently, we get an issue saying cannot close a closed audio context. So let's go back and let's give it one more shot to see whether that error happens again. I'll try to record the Figma screen for a second once again and stop it in a second and click continue to upload. Now we get redirected, but the issue is still there. Cannot close a closed audio context. To fix it, head over to the use screen recording file and then check right here where we are closing the audio context ref. So we only need to close it if it's not already closed. So I'll check if audio context ref dot current !dot state is not equal to close. In that case, we can call the audio context ref dot current dot close and then catch an error if there is one. And we can also set the audio context ref dot current to be equal to null. Perfect. Now we can try to record one more video. I'll still go for the Figma here and stop it and upload. And you can see that now we're not trying to close an audio that has already been closed. Perfect. So with that in mind, hey, where is the video that we have just recorded? Well, we are saving it somewhere, but now on the upload page, we have to get it from the session storage. So head over to upload, and right here, we can do it maybe below this current use effect. We'll add another use effect that will be called whenever the video changes. Here, we can create a new asynchronous function called check for recorded video. It's going to be equal to an asynchronous function like this. Now, why are we defining a function within a use effect? That's because you cannot define the use effect itself as asynchronous. This will not work. So instead, you have to define an asynchronous function and then immediately call it like this. Perfect. So within it, we can open up a new try and catch block. And in the catch, if we have an error, we simply want to say console.error and then put that error within there and say error loading recorded video. But if everything is going well so far, we can try to fetch that video by saying const stored is equal to session storage dot get item, and we can get the recorded video. After that, if stored doesn't exist, we'll simply return to exit out of it. But if it does, we know that it is a stringified object, so we can try to destructure some things out of it, such as a URL, name, type, and duration. And that's going to be equal to json.parse. Next, we have to get a video blob out of this by saying blob is await fetch URL dot then, and we get the result that gets resolved with a blob. And here in JSON parse, we actually have to parse something, and that something is this stored object that we have fetched from the session storage. So now that we have the blob, we have to create a file out of it. So I'll say const file is equal to new file, to which we pass a blob, a name, a type, and last modified, which we can set to date.now, just like this. And now that we have everything, we can start the data transfer. Believe it or not, all of this can be done programmatically. You don't have to manually upload a video. Here, we're gonna do that programmatically by saying if video.inputRef.current exists, then we want to say const data transfer is equal to new data transfer. And this data transfer doesn't have to be imported anywhere. Believe it or not, it is built into the DOM. So you can see, you can just create a new instance of it and upload something. Then we can say data transfer dot items dot add, and you can add the file that we have. And then you can set the video dot input ref dot current dot files to be equal to data transfer dot files. After that, you want to get access to a change event, which is equal to new event of change. And you want to say bubbles is set to true. Now, what are these bubbles? Bubbling is a concept within something known as event propagation. And in this case, we have to simulate a user triggering file input change. This is necessary because programmatically setting the file's property of an input does not automatically trigger a change event. So we have to dispatch a custom change event. And then we can set the video.inputRef.current, and we can dispatch this event of event. A lot of this is very weird custom code because this pertains to specific functionalities of video and audio upload and screen recording. You don't do this every day, but if you do, you're going to have to end up with a code that looks a bit like this. Finally, we can say video.handle file change, where the target is files, and then we set the data transfer dot files right here, and we can define this as change event, specifically change event to HTML input element. Also, if we have a duration, we can also set the video duration to be equal to that duration. And finally, we can remove the item from session storage by saying remove item, recorded video, and we can revoke that object because we no longer have to store that video within that URL. We can just remove it because we have uploaded it to this input. So now if I save this, check this out. The video we have recorded appeared right here. This is amazing. So now let's test that one more time. If I head over here to record a video, I click record, I'll go for a window and maybe let's take a look at the code in this case. I'll share something from the demo saying, oh, take a look at this code. And I'll stop the recording. And you can see that it actually picked it up very nicely. I'm gonna mute myself in this case, and I'll say continue to upload. Just like that, the video has been populated right here, and we can enter a title such as sharing my code, building a screen recording software. You'll need to upload your thumbnail as well. So let's do that. I'll select any random thumbnail from here, and I'll click upload a video. It says uploading, and this time we get a new error saying cannot destructure property of user intermediate value. It looks like I have once again mistaken the Bunny ID with the ID of that video stored in the database. So if I head back over to the home page, I think the upload went through. And if I click on it, it works well, but it was just the redirect that I messed up. So if we head over to where that redirect is happening, I believe that is within the upload. Let's see, do we have a router here? Yep, router.push video ID. This is incorrect. It should be pointing to the ID like this. So instead of pointing to that video details page, what makes sense is also just to point to home page so we can see our new video uploaded right there. So I'll just switch this over to home page so that the next time we upload something, we'll be able to see it automatically on there. Okay, but what matters most is that now we are able to super simply, within literally a couple of clicks, record our screen, record our voice, and get a shareable link to that video deployed, stored, and shareable on the internet. That's what this app is all about. And that means that we're getting very close to the end of this course. In the next lesson, let's switch over our profile page from displaying dummy videos to displaying the actual videos that we have uploaded. To implement a dynamic profile page where we don't just show all the dummy posts, but rather show only the ones that this user has uploaded, you can head over to the video.ts page, or before that, actually head over to the video kit down below and then copy the get all videos by user server action and paste it here. Don't worry, I'll explain it thoroughly, but just wanted to give us some head start since it's very similar to the get all videos query. What we do here is we first get the currently logged in user ID. Then we check whether that user is the owner of a specific video we're filtering through. We get all the info from that user, and we only return the videos that match that user query. We do that by specifying some conditions. We only want to return the videos from that specific user, and we want to check whether they're the owner of that video and if the visibility is set to public. If that is the case, and if the title matches, in case we're doing some kind of sorting or filtering, we can use this I like, which is basically case insensitive comparison, and we can use this DESC. This is for descending order coming from Drizzle ORM. So we get the videos, we go through all the conditions, and we simply return the user info and the user videos, allowing us to be able to use them within the code. So now you can head over to the profile page. So that is profile ID page. And alongside simply fetching the ID from params, we also might want to paginate over the results or filter them. So remember what I told you? Params are under /ID or something. So fetching for that specific user. But then if you want to further structure or sort or filter or paginate, you want to get some search param involved as well. So from search params, we can destructure the query and the filter equal to await search params. Next, we want to call the server action we just created, which is called await get all videos by user. And to it, we want to pass the ID of the user, the query, and the filters if they exist. And finally, if there is no user, and this user is being returned from the get all videos by user, as well as the videos, if there is no user, we simply want to redirect to a 404. Else, if we don't want to redirect, then we're showing this header, and we definitely want to fix this by showing real user info now. So as the subheader, I'll display the user !email. As the title, I will display the user !name. And as the user image, I will display, that's going to be the user !image, or just an empty string if the image doesn't exist. Then we display the video grid. But instead of simply showing the dummy cards, similarly to what we have done on our homepage, so it is just page root, we are now checking whether the videos exist. If they do, we map over them. If they don't, we show an empty state. So let's copy this from the homepage and paste it right here instead of this section. We'll take everything from the state to the mapping of the videos. But we can just modify the empty state a bit because it is a reusable component. So we can say icon is the same, but we'll say no videos available yet because maybe this user hasn't posted them. And we can say something like videos will show up once you upload them. Perfect. To make it seem more profile related. So now if you save this, you can see that this user has only uploaded a single video. Oh, and I think I forgot to change the profile photo within this card. So if you head over to the video card, here we have JSON, but instead of JSON, we want to show the actual user. And I think we're passing it over through user image, username, and so on. So I will just render the user image or just an empty string. And that should show our JavaScript Mastery logo or your face. And we can also change the username. Oh, no, that's already good. And the visibility. Perfect. I think we're good. So with that in mind, you can now see the homepage of this application where we can see all public videos that all users have uploaded. You can also head over to the upload video form to upload one, or maybe quickly record one and then upload it. Then you can also visit the video details page, and you can also visit, of course, the profile page where you can see your videos. And with that in mind, Snapcast is done. We've implemented all the major functionalities. Of course, if you truly wanted to turn this into your own SaaS, where you can maybe implement pricing that would allow the people to share the videos, then it will require a bit more polishing. Maybe you want to add a pagination at the bottom, similar to what we have on the design right here. Maybe you also want to count up the views. Or on the video details page, you want to allow the users to delete videos or change their visibility. I want to invite you to stop just watching along and copying what we're doing and try to implement these functionalities on your own, because that's the only way to truly learn how to code. Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still share the full GitHub repo with all of these functionalities implemented. So if you want to take a quick look as a cheat sheet, you can definitely do that. But I gotta say that that's not how we do stuff at JS Mastery Pro. There, I teach you not only how to follow along and watch videos, but actually become a professional developer. And since you came at the end of this video, the course that you most likely want to watch is the ultimate Next.js course, where there are literally hundreds of different lessons that challenge you to implement some features on your own. And trust me, things are getting pretty complex. But don't worry, because this is significantly more detailed than this YouTube video. So if this video was a bit hard and you weren't able to follow along exactly, that's okay. Give it a fresh start and start with this course or some other course on JS Mastery Pro, because now you can get all of those courses together as a part of the subscription. So click the link down in the description and join me in becoming a truly professional developer that doesn't just copy and paste, but actually implements stuff on your own. With that in mind, I don't want to leave you out to dry, so we'll deploy this current project. First things first, head over to Next config right here and add an ESLint setting where you can say ignore during builds and set it to true. This is so that if we have some warnings that we might have skipped over while developing, it doesn't break our build. And we want to do the same thing with TypeScript. So I will also say ignore build errors and I'll set it to true. After that, you can stop your application from running and create a new GitHub repository. Once you create it, follow the steps to hook it up to this local project, and you know the drill. Git add dot, git commit -m, where you specify your commit message, and git push. If you do this, within a couple of seconds, you should be able to see your latest code live on your GitHub, and once it's there, you'll also be able to deploy it to Vercel. So just click add a new project, choose the one that was updated just now, click import, and you'll have to add your environment variables. So back within the code, head over to .env, copy all of the variables, and paste them right here, and press deploy. This process will take about a minute, so let me pause my recording and I'll be right back. And there we go, worked on the first try. But from experience, I can tell you that we're not just there yet. We now have to take a look at the domain name that we were given by Vercel. In this case, for me, it is this one. So you have to copy it and head back over to console.cloud.google.com, where you can search for Auth, head over to clients, edit the current one. And here, instead of localhost 3000, you'll want to paste your current domain name. And here, you'll want to paste the same thing, but again, it's going to be /API /auth /callback /Google. So you just have to change the localhost 3000 with the new one that we have right here and click save. Otherwise, Google Auth will not work on the deployed website. Also, I'm not sure whether we used it anywhere, but it's always a good idea to replace the public URL in your environment variables on the deployed project, of course. So head over to environment variables, search for the next public base URL, and change it from localhost 3000 to this new URL that you were given. Modify it, click save, and you'll have to just redeploy your latest deployment by clicking redeploy. This will take about a minute, so let's wait until it builds. Once it's deployed, don't click visit here, because that'll lead you to this specific deployment of this app, which is not the same domain as the original one. So just go to the original domain and then click sign in. And once you sign in, you can see your app fully functional. You can upload video, check video details, and you can even record a video live right here in the browser. Everything is working just as it did before. So with that in mind, congratulations on coming to the end of this video. It was a big one, and it was such an interesting one because you've learned one of super important skills in web development, and that is how to manage video, not only video upload and storage, but also video recording. On JS Mastery Pro, at this point, we have hundreds of different courses and tens of thousands of individual video lessons. So managing all of that was also super tough. And you know what? We're using Bunny to store and stream all of those videos. The same technology you learned how to use in this course. So huge thanks to Bunny, not only for sponsoring this video, but for making such an amazing piece of software that we use internally and that I'm super happy to share with you and teach you how to use it. So once again, thank you so much for watching. Congrats on building the app, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day.